Crack the code? Justin asked. What are we looking at? I found a hidden door, Alexander explained. I popped it out of the wall and a tablet appeared with coloured buttons. Describe the tablet, Justin ordered. It's simply 4 coloured buttons in a row. Green, yellow, red, blue. It almost seems like a children's game. Has Nora hacked into it yet? Justin asked. She's not able to, Alexander said. While the coloured buttons seem simple, this is some fancy technology that even she hasn't seen before. Justin narrowed his eyes. He was doubtful that this device had truly stumped Nora. Even if it was a completely new technology, Nora understood the principles of how to make such a device and would surely be able to figure it out. Justin realized that Nora must be testing Alexander, not wanting to solve all of these problems for him. Look at the buttons. Do any of them have more fingerprints or wear and tear to suggest that they have been pressed? Brenda asked. They waited a moment for a response. No, they almost look brand new, like they've never been used before. If we can't hack into it, we have no idea who made this thing, and there's nobody there to interrogate. How can we even begin to crack this code? Captain Morris said, worried. Look around the rest of the room. See if there is anything else with those same colors. It might match up to something else, Professor Myers suggested. Will do. Alexander cracked his knuckles. Those on the surface waited as they heard Alexander rustling through whatever room he was in. I've got something, Alexander said excitedly. There's another control panel with coloured lights back in the command hub. It has 2 red, 2 yellow, and 1 blue in that order from left to right. Try it, Justin ordered. Uh-oh. Alexander's voice crackled. A robotic voice started to speak over the communicator device.
Error. 1 more failed attempt and the door will lock for 24 hours.
That's not good. Alexander sounded nervous. How else are we supposed to figure this out? Justin furrowed his brow. Stay calm. Break down the door. Brenda flexed her muscles. What weapons have you got down there? I've got a gun, but we can't use that, or we'll run the risk of the whole base imploding. We can't use anything too violent, or we run that risk. Alexander was now nervous that he was running out of options. Carefully pry the door open then, Brenda instructed. I'm telling you. Alexander's voice grew louder with annoyance. This thing is indestructible. We need to crack the code. There must be something here that can help us. Zach suddenly grabbed the communicator device from Justin. Hey, kid, watch it. I've got it. Zach grabbed the communicator with utter confidence. You've got it, Brenda blurted out, somewhat rudely. She highly doubted this kid could figure it out. Zach ignored her and spoke to Alexander through the communicator. Tap the green square 3 times, then the blue, then the red twice, then back to green. Brenda tilted her head to the side. Where did you come up with that? You just pulled that out of your backside? Captain Morris joked, wondering what this kid's big idea was. We can't take any more risks, Zach, Olivia said, trying to let him down gently. The machine told us the door will go into a 24-hour lockdown if we input another incorrect guess. It's not incorrect, I know it's not. Zach nudged everyone away. You have to trust me. Brenda was getting annoyed at Zach's confidence. This wasn't a game after all. If we get this wrong, we may trap the Queen with whoever is holding her for another 24 hours. So tell me, how can you really be so sure of your guess? Zach sighed. It's from a video game. Brenda couldn't help but laugh. Why are you even here, dude? This is real life, it's not a video game. Zach waved a hand in the air as he began to defend himself. I knew I recognized this sort of lock from somewhere. It's from Spy Force 6, double crossed. That's the code in Spy Force 6, so I think that'll be the code here. double-crossed, Captain Morris said, tickled. They double-cross another time. Professor Myers pushed his glasses further up his nose. So does that add up to a triple-crossed or a quadruple-crossed? Brenda held out her hand, trying to move past Zach's idiotic theory. Let's just ignore the kid and his little games and get back to thinking. There has to be another way to figure this out. But Zach wasn't about to give up. I'm telling you, why would you use the exact same puzzle from the game? Zach looked at the others helplessly. Clearly the person who created this base is a fan of video games. Is that so hard to believe? Brenda was starting to get really fed up with him. You think the person who created this game has time for something as time-wasting and brain-melting as a video game? Hey, it's a completely respectful and intelligent pastime. Zach snapped back. Brenda laughed, wondering why anyone was letting this kid speak. Will someone please deal with this child while the adults figure this out? Finally, Justin stepped forward. Try it, Justin ordered. Everyone on the ship froze and turned to look at Justin. It was his son's reputation at stake, and his own wife was in the underwater base. Surely Justin wouldn't tell jokes at a time like this. Brenda looked at him seriously. Don't be sarcastic, Justin. We don't all have to rub it in. I didn't mean to get so heated. She was starting to feel a little guilty that she got all worked up. But now is not the time to crack jokes. This is a serious situation. Nora and Alexander could be in danger down there. I'm completely serious. Justin crossed his arms. Alexander, I want you to do as Zach ordered. They're going to be locked out, Brenda protested, furious that Justin would believe such an idiotic idea. Enough, Brenda. Alexander, did you do it yet? Justin asked. Everyone gathered around the communication device, eager to hear Alexander's reply. Would he really do Zach's idea right out of a video game? Brenda shook her head, already coming up with a backup plan for getting the door open, as she was sure this was a terrible mistake. Alexander finally spoke. We're in. I can't believe that worked, Alexander exclaimed as the large metal door began to unlock. A dull metal thud filling the air as the mechanisms slid inside the door. Nora smiled proudly at her son as he pumped his fist in excitement, a smile of his own plastered across his face. Good job, kid. She patted his back. Sure, her parenting methods could be unconventional, but her kids were capable, smart adults. What mother wouldn't be proud? Zach had told them the correct code to use, and Justin had ordered Alexander to use the colored code. However, Nora was the one who nodded at Alexander and encouraged him to follow Justin's directions. Although Justin was a highly intelligent man and a good father, when it came to spy stuff, Alexander knew his mother was the expert. Alexander was shocked when his mother nodded and allowed him to input the code. But it had worked out, and now the door was open. How did you know the code? Alexander asked, confused how his mum was so many steps ahead. She had seemed so confident when she heard Zach's recommendation for the door code. Nora smiled. It's Cheryl's favorite game. Her and Zach used to stay up late at night to play it together. I used to have to come in and force her to go to bed. Alexander smiled. He often forgot that Nora was such a skilled spy. For most of his life, she had been at home, watching movies with them. He loved spending time with his family and missed the days when they all saw each other so often. Maybe at the end of this adventure, they could all reunite. Taking a deep breath, Alexander and Nora prepared for the next part of this journey. Having not encountered the kidnappers yet, they knew they could be waiting just past this door. They needed to be ready for anything. Ready? Alexander asked. Always, Nora replied with a wink. Alexander pushed his shoulder into the door, which flung it open far faster than he intended. His body hurled forward, about to slip into a large pit underneath. He felt his shoe slip on the edge of what was clearly a few-yard drop. But Nora's hand reached out and grabbed his suit before he could slip, stabilizing him on the edge of the drop. His heart was racing as he stabilized on the edge, saved from falling to his doom by mere inches. "Close call," he said, taking a step back from the ledge. "How did you know?" Nora shrugged. Kidnappers love a random pit of danger. Stepping next to her son, Nora peeked over the edge and stared into the pit. Maybe it was the exhaustion, but she could have sworn she saw something moving at the bottom. "Did you see that?" she asked Alexander. He nodded and looked closer. "Is it snakes?" "Bingo." Nora nodded. "That's right." But as she looked closer, she realized they weren't slithering like real snakes. And unlike a pit of actual snakes, the sounds of their movement was audible from above the pit. "If they were real, we wouldn't be able to hear them slithering," Nora noted. Alexander nodded. "Just like the shark." Nora took a deep breath. She couldn't imagine going into another battle so soon, but they needed to get to the Queen before the time ran out. "Did you see that?" Nora asked as she pointed to a door at the other end of the pit. Alexander squinted his eyes, trying to figure out what he was looking at. "Another door." Nora nodded. They'd have to get over there somehow, but the snakes were moving quickly, slithering all over each other as they searched for prey. She couldn't help but wonder who this kidnapper was. They were obsessed with video games, a skilled spy, and clearly well-funded. Nora thought about all the criminal masterminds she had encountered over the years, trying to think of anyone who would fit that description. "Hello? Any updates?" Justin's worried voice called over the radio, interrupting Nora's train of thought. It was nice to hear his voice. "There's a pit of robot snakes," Alexander explained. Justin groaned into the comms. "Sounds about right. What's the plan?" Nora shrugged. "Well, we're going to have to get through them somehow." She seemed unbothered by the impossible task before them. Back up on the boat, Justin said, "Don't do anything until I can learn more." Of course his wife was capable, but he also knew she must be wiped from all of the physical work she'd done, and Alexander could be reckless. Justin tapped his fingers as he thought. From behind him, Captain Morris remarked, "If they're anything like that shark, they're going to be a tough fight." He was right. Justin struggled to figure out how Alexander and Nora could handle the threat alone. Nora had been in retirement, and even how long it took them to defeat the shark was unusual for someone of her immense skill. "Zach, what do you know about these snakes?" Justin asked. If Zach had been right that these kidnappers seemed to be fans of playing video games, he would most likely know how to defeat them with video game strategy. Grinning, Zach stepped forward and began to explain. "Well, in Spy Force 5, which in my opinion is a far superior game, there's a pit of mechanical snakes in the ancient tomb. The easiest solution only works with 2 players." Justin nodded. He turned to Professor Myers. "How do we turn them off? Do you think there could be a main shut-off to deactivate them entirely?" Professor Myers groaned. "Unlikely if the base is empty. These kidnappers are too smart to leave their last line of defense undefended." He was right, and Justin knew it. They would need to shut off the robot snakes themselves. But how could Nora and Alexander shut all of them off without getting hurt? Zach shrugged. "Could they go around it?" Princess Lucy shook her head and yelled, "We have to save my mother. We don't have time for this." Knowing she was right, Justin nodded. The kidnappers could have already left the base, and with their radar blocking technology, the crew may not have ever known. From the radio, Nora's voice called out, "Any updates?" Zach grabbed the radio and replied, "Pretty sure these are also from Spyforce, but we're not sure how you'll be able to bypass them. You may need to go through them to find the Queen." Justin said as he stepped to the edge of the boat, "I'm going in." Before Justin could leap off the edge of the boat, the crew gave a collective yell. "No!" He stumbled and stepped off the ledge, coming back to the crew. "What? Don't go down there," Zach said. "Why? I'm the most skilled martial artist in the world," Justin said, his pride taking over. Zach shook his head. "Alexander and Nora barely made it down there, and they had each other. Plus, we may need you up here. You're a talented hacker, and we need a leader." Olivia nodded her head. "He's right. You're far too important to the mission to send down alone." Justin was annoyed. Nora and Alexander needed his help, and this team was trying to stop him. "Surely you'll be okay without me?" Justin argued. Captain Morris laughed. "We almost got Nora and Alexander locked out of the room because we didn't believe the boy." He pointed to Zach, who had turned out to be quite the asset on the boat. "I'm not just some boy," Zach yelled. "I'm a world-renowned hacker." Princess Lucy rolled her eyes and quipped, "You're just a video game nerd who got lucky." Professor Myers muttered, "We still don't even know how to help them down there." Taking a deep breath, Justin agreed. "Maybe you do need me up here." He turned to Zach and asked, "What can we find out about the snakes from up here?" Zach shrugged. "We might be able to figure out how they function." Justin nodded. "Then get to work figuring that out. Captain Morris, I need you to keep an eye on the horizon for any more ripples. We want to know if the kidnappers are escaping." Captain Morris took his cue and headed to the bow of the ship to be the lookout. Turning to Olivia, Justin added, "Olivia, I want you and Professor Myers to take samples of the fluid from the shark. It might help us figure out who made it and how it worked." As his team got to work, Justin smiled. It felt good to be working again, even if he missed his weekly ice cream night with Nora. Of course, the stakes were high. The Queen's secrets leaking could spell global disaster. Back underwater, Nora and Alexander were examining the snakes as best they could from above. She asked him, "What do you see?" "They look like they're blind," Alexander said as he observed their slithering. Nora grabbed a bullet from her belt and tossed it into the pit. The snakes instantly heard the noise and turned their attention to hunting it. Within seconds, the snakes had surrounded the bullet and attacked it. As they were distracted, Alexander brought his hand to the ledge and banged on the metal. The louder noise drew the snakes away from the bullet and toward them. "They follow sound and motion, prioritizing whatever is loudest and biggest," Alexander observed. Nora relayed it to the surface team. "Zach, can you figure out how that may give us a weakness?" "You got it, boss," Zach said over his radio. Nora turned to her son and said, "I'm going to cause a diversion. I'll grab their attention and you can run past. Once you're clear, I'll get to work disabling them." "Mum, no. I can't put you at risk like that. Besides, I'm bigger and more distracting," Alexander argued. She nodded. This was true. "But you need to find the Queen and fix this mistake." Alexander wanted to fight her more, but he couldn't find a good reason. He had seen Nora survive hundreds of dangerous scenarios and come out of the other side stronger. Besides, I'm the best assassin in the world. I'll have them disabled in no time, Nora said with a wink. Nora got closer to the edge, trying to figure out the best way to drop into the pit. "You're going to have to make yourself a smaller target than me. I'm going to be loud and big. You need to be quiet and small." Alexander, who was pretty tall, had a hard time not laughing. How would he manage to be smaller than his mum? Nora smiled and began to explain the plan. Here's what I'm thinking. I'll throw something to that end of the pit, drawing them away from here. Then I'll jump as far over to the left as I can and bring them all to me. You'll have to get down quietly and sneak past. Alexander nodded, but this wasn't going to be easy. She continued, I'll only have a few seconds, so you'll have to move fast. So be quiet and small, but also fast? Alexander asked, trying to point out how impossible it all sounded. Nora shrugged. Don't think you're up to the challenge? Of course she worried about putting her son in danger, but he was also the Queen's bodyguard and needed to be able to handle missions like this. I've got it, Alexander said with a smirk. He loved Nora's competitive nature, always encouraging him to push harder. Nora lifted the radio to her mouth. We're going in. Get us a disabling method as soon as you can. Nora, no, you have to wait, Justin began. Nora turned the volume down, ignoring her husband's concern. She nodded to Alexander, who nodded back, ready to start. Nora grabbed another bullet from her belt and threw it as far as she could. Quickly, the mechanical snakes slithered toward it, hungry for prey. She jumped into the pit, making sure to roll as she landed to not hurt herself. As soon as her boots hit the metal floor of the pit, the snakes lifted their heads and moved toward her. Go, Alexander, Nora said as she began leading the snakes away from him. From the corner of her eye, she watched Alexander sneak into the pit, being careful not to make a loud thud, and begin to sprint to the other side of the pit. Nora stomped her feet and shouted at the snakes. Come here, you slippery freaks! Once he had made it across the pit, careful to keep his steps quiet, he waved to his mum as he opened the door. Alexander needed to buy her time if she had any hope of saving herself. Hey, Mum, watch this! He yelled as the snakes moved off of her and sped towards him. He grabbed the handle of the door and slammed it shut just as the snakes were about to make it to him, locking himself in complete darkness. Alexander stood in the dark for a few moments before the motion-activated lights flicked on overhead. He was still catching his breath. Looking around, he saw that the hallway was empty. It stretched far with a simple door at the end. Surely that would be where they were holding the Queen. He took a moment to collect himself, trying to listen to how things were going for Nora in the snake pit, but he had a mission to complete. He knew using his gun would be risky, so he kept it strapped onto his belt. Instead, he pulled out a knife and prepared for hand-to-hand combat. As much as he hated sending his mum into such a dangerous mission, he was glad that she was going to let him find the Queen. Between breaths, he could still see Princess Lucy's concerned face. Her words echoed in Alexander's head. It's your fault. He hadn't wanted to believe that was true, but if he had checked on the Queen sooner, they might not have had to come all the way down here to find her. Shaking off the feeling, he reminded himself that every second counted. Justin, he called through his radio. He heard his dad speak through the radio in a disjointed mess. Alex, make sure, be safe. Without communication from the surface or Nora to help, Alexander would have to navigate the rest of the base alone. It really started to hit him then. He would have to do this by himself. No helpful hints from Nora or hacker intel from Justin and Zach. Who knew how many enemies were waiting for them? And of course, he still feared for Nora in the other room. She was surely fighting for her life against the snakes. Alexander began to make his way down the hallway, careful to observe every detail of the chrome room. It was shiny and clear, cleaning not having been abandoned for long. He looked for any signs of a company name or identifying features of anyone who may have built the base. It was far too impressive a structure for it to be a simple kidnapping. Although the mission was to find the Queen and return her to the palace safely, Alexander had hoped he would be able to exact revenge on whoever had taken her. At the very least, he wanted to be able to point the authorities in the right direction to bring justice. But without any details about who built this base, he wouldn't be able to deliver that vengeance. And at this moment, he wasn't certain he would even find the Queen. Maybe he had taken too long to get here. Maybe he wasn't a skilled enough assassin to protect the people he cared about. The thought sent a shiver down his spine. He turned his attention back to the empty hallway ahead of him. As he walked, Alexander wondered how the place was so empty. Any ships that had escaped before their arrival must have been well equipped with anti-radar technology, or the crew on the surface would have detected them and given chase. When he thought about every guest at the tea party, he couldn't imagine which of them would want to hurt the Queen. If they had been invited to the annual party, surely she didn't dislike them. He was going to make it right if it was the last thing he did. Although it wasn't entirely his fault, he took responsibility for the Queen's kidnapping and wanted to make things right. Nearing the door at the other end of the hallway, Alexander listened for any voices but heard nothing. Having Mum here would be helpful, he said to himself. The silence of the hallway began to get in his head. The base sure was creepy. When he reached the door, he half expected to find another silly video game puzzle. He looked around the door for any clues, assuming the door wouldn't just open. But when nothing drew his attention, he placed his hand on the cold metal. Without much force, the door popped open. Alexander immediately questioned why these expert kidnappers would leave this last door so easily opened. Perhaps they thought the pit of snakes would have stopped us, Alexander wondered aloud. As he pushed open the door, the lights remained off in the new room. Having learned from nearly falling into the pit of snakes, Alexander turned on his flashlight and looked below him. The floor was the same chrome as the hallway. He took a step aside, flashing the light along the walls until, at the center of the room, sat a chair where a woman with grey curly hair had her back to him. Alexander recognized her almost immediately. There she was, the Queen. A part of Alexander couldn't believe she was really sitting there, but he wanted to believe it so badly, to believe that he had really fixed his mistake. The overhead lights flicked on as he got closer to her. He startled as they turned on, raising his knife to his side. "Your Majesty, it's me, Alexander, your bodyguard. I've come to rescue you," he said with a smile. But his smile began to fade when the Queen didn't move to look at him. Why was her back to the door? Alexander feared the worst. He was too late, and they may have ditched her dead body down here after all. He tried not to imagine delivering the news to Princess Lucy. Alexander wanted nothing more than to bring her mother back to the surface, alive. He nodded, reminding himself that the team above was depending on him. Straightening his shoulders, Alexander took a few steps forward. He kept his knife ready, even though he had a strange feeling he wouldn't need it. "Your Majesty?" he asked again, now a few feet from her. She still wasn't moving or turning to face him. Even if she was tied to the chair, she certainly would have tried to look at him. "I'm sorry for all that's happened, Your Highness. I'm gonna make this right," Alexander said as he reached his hand out to her shoulder. He placed it gently on her body. He noticed that she was still warm. This was a relief, knowing that she was likely alive. He turned her around in the chair, letting the swivel of the chair do most of the work. Alexander smiled when he saw her face alive. But her eyes were wide with fear, and her chest was rising and falling quickly. His eyes fell down to her chest, first seeing a thick silver chain wrapped around her. But as his gaze moved down, investigating why she was refusing to move, Alexander found a mess of wires and 2 large bricks labeled C4 strapped to her chest. "Oh my God, it's a bomb!" Alexander looked at the Queen, absolutely terrified. She sat in the middle of the room on a chair with her hands behind her back. A contraption of wires, blocks of C4, and a beeping piece of technology was strapped right in the middle of her chest. "Took you long enough," the Queen complained. "My back is killing me from this god-awful chair. It's not ergonomic at all." The Queen seemed more concerned with the choice of chair than the beeping bomb strapped to her chest. "And please get these god-awful cuffs off my hands," the Queen ordered. "My wrists were only made for diamond bracelets, not this cheap metal." Alexander wasn't sure if he was going to be able to do this. Back in the other room, the snakes followed Nora, following after her every movement. Only because of Nora's incredible martial arts training was she able to evade their metallic bites. The snakes snapped, their chrome fangs just narrowly missing breaking into Nora's flesh. Even though they weren't alive, they acted as if they were starving, hungry for a taste of Nora's blood. Nora stepped carefully, as if the snakes were gathering around her. She was wondering what was taking Alexander so long. She could keep this dangerous dance going all day, but she didn't want to. And as much as she was able to evade them, while the snakes were active, she would not be able to help Alexander on the other side. She did want him to do things more independently, but she did need to make sure the Queen was safe. Now that Alexander was safe on the other side, perhaps she could figure out how these snakes really worked. Nora focused. As she dashed around, footsteps ever so careful to dodge each snake, she did a cartwheel across the room. While upside down, one of the metallic snakes looked her right in the face. She saw the light reflect off its razor-sharp hooked metal fangs. The snake opened its mouth wide, ready to take a bite out of her. The snake lunged its body forward, snapping its jaws at Nora's nose. She could practically feel the cool of the metal on her face. Nora, not wanting to get a nose job from this metallic monster, used her incredibly trained reflexes and grabbed the robot snake right around the jaw. She closed the snake's jaw as she flipped back upright, finishing her cartwheel. Nora smiled with the snake in her hand. She hadn't done a move like that in years. She got a slight crick in her neck. It was nothing she wouldn't be able to stretch out later, but it reminded her she was getting older after all. Nora had no time to think about aging. She had a violently shaking snake in her hand, while the others were still after her. This fight wasn't over yet. The snake tried to open its jaws to free itself of Nora, but Nora held it too tightly. She had trained this grip for years. It would not escape her. It whipped its metal body around, trying to slice Nora with its sharp tail. Nora held it carefully, moving her hand around so the tail could not cut her. Nora kept moving across the room, dodging the other snakes while she examined the one in her hand. It was so sleek, so lifelike. If they had painted it, you'd have no idea it wasn't a real snake without touching it and feeling its hard metal body. Nora needed to crack this thing open and figure out how it worked. Nora dodged the other snakes and slammed the one in her hand against the wall as hard as she could. Nora looked at the results. There was a dent in the wall where she slammed it, but the snake itself was completely intact. These things could really take a punch. Nora whipped out a tiny metal saw that was connected to her fingernails. She normally used this to work on nanotechnology, but it worked just as well in a stitch like this. Nora kept dancing around the other snakes. She moved her finger to slice down the belly of the snake in her hand. Sparks flew as the saw worked against the metal of the snake. The snake writhed like it was actually in pain. But when Nora pulled the saw away, it didn't even make a scratch on the robot. She looked at the saw. The blade was completely dull. That saw blade was diamond encrusted. That meant this snake was seriously hard to crack. Nora didn't have another tool on her that would be able to break through it if this saw wasn't strong enough. As Nora was lost in thought for a moment, a metallic snake shot up from the floor, aiming right towards her neck. Nora quickly moved her hand toward her neck. Clang! The snake launching at her collided with the snake in her hand. The snake attacking her chomped down on the snake in her hand. Nora quickly grabbed the jaw of the snake that had attacked her. She looked down and saw that the snake in her hand had gone limp. The other snake tore through its wiring and shut it down. The only thing strong enough to break through the snake was the snake itself. Nora knew what she had to do now. Nora used the fangs of the snake in her hands and darted across the room. Now the tables had turned. She stabbed each snake with the weapons in her hand. She loved the clang of metal. Her heart beat quickly, excited. She missed this action. Nora smiled as she stabbed through the skull of the last robot snake. She looked across the room at the shells of these once ferocious weapons. With the threat neutralized, Nora started to examine the snake. She couldn't tell what type of metal it was just from looking at it, but it was clearly highly advanced. The robotic intelligence in these creatures was incredibly high. Nora looked deeper into the wiring in the creature. She noticed a little inscription on the inside of the jaw. 2 letters were etched into the metal. Where had she heard that before? Nora raised her eyebrows when she realized what it was.
Don't just stare at me with your mouth open like a common pauper. Have you no manners? The Queen asked, her eyebrows raised in frustration. Your Majesty, give me a moment to assess the situation and figure out a plan of action, Alexander stammered. Alexander realized that the bomb must be why the base was completely empty. It was going to blow up with the Queen and them in it. Nobody in the base would survive. This had been a trap to send the 3 of them to a watery grave. The Queen acted as if she was only in discomfort, not with sheer panic that there was a beeping bomb strapped to her chest. That was an order directly from the Queen. Free my wrists immediately. But the bomb... You dare speak back to the Queen? A vein on the Queen's forehead bulged in anger. I have half a mind to dismiss you and expel you from the country for that. Now, if you would like to keep your position, you will make it hasty and will not think about speaking back to me ever again. Alexander had no choice but to follow her order. It would surely be easier to deal with the bomb once she wasn't chained to the chair anyway. Yes, Your Majesty, my sincerest apologies. Alexander walked around to the handcuffs on her wrist. He didn't have any tools to break it. The only thing he could think of was using his gun, but he knew he couldn't do that in the underwater base. Then Alexander remembered some of his training at the Quinn School of Martial Arts in the past few years. All metal had weak spots. He just had to feel it out. While Alexander studied the cuffs on the Queen's wrist, the Queen tapped her foot, impatient. I said make it hasty. I need to figure out a way to safely remove the cuffs without hurting you. Give me a moment. The Queen sighed in frustration and boredom. Alexander felt the cuffs in his hands. He traced them with his finger with his eyes closed, trying to feel the vibrations through the metal so he could visualize the structure in his mind's eye. "Are you getting handsy with me, boy? I'm twice your age," the Queen protested. "I would never do that," Alexander said, confused. The Queen sure was acting extra uppity, with zero sense of emergency. Perhaps she was in shock. Rather than burst into tears, panicking about the bomb strapped to her chest, her brain had blocked out the terror and let her solely focus on how comfortable she was. Alexander focused again. He could tell the chain was weakest right at the center where it connected the cuffs. Alexander took a deep breath in, focusing all his muscles. He stuck out 2 fingers, strong and taut. He struck down hard, carefully. The metal snapped under the force of his strike. "Ouch!" the Queen yelped. I'm sorry," Alexander pleaded, not wanting to get into further trouble. The Queen lifted and stretched her hands. She grimaced when she saw the cuffs were still on her wrists. "I told you to get those ugly silver things off of me." "I won't be able to do that right now without the proper tools. I got your hands freed. Let's be happy with that." "Don't you fail me and tell me to be happy. Do you think a queen is supposed to lower her standards?" The Queen started to get up, getting worked up. "Your Majesty, please don't make any unnecessary movements." "I've been sitting here for God knows how long. I've got to stretch. Don't you tell me what to do with my body." Alexander gently grabbed her shoulders and pushed her back down. "You rude little child," the Queen yelped. "Your Majesty, I need you to sit still so I can disarm the bomb strapped to your chest, so we can both make it out of here alive." The Queen sighed but seemed to relent. She didn't respond with complete alarm when Alexander mentioned the bomb, but she did seem to listen to him. Her psychological state right now was quite confusing to Alexander, but he didn't have time to dwell on what trauma she might have experienced since she was kidnapped. He needed to disarm a bomb. Alexander focused. The beeping on the device was getting faster. Sweat started to form on Alexander's forehead. He didn't know how much time he had, or how exactly this bomb was supposed to detonate. But it certainly seemed like the faster beeping wasn't a good thing. He needed to get to work. Alexander studied the wiring on the bomb. He had been trained in defusing bombs countless times. He had studied hard and never failed. No matter how hard they tried to disguise it, it was all similar technology. He could figure out how it worked just by focusing on it carefully enough. "How much longer is this going to take?" the Queen complained. "I've really got to get back to my throne. This chair should be tossed away forever, and the creator should be put in jail for constructing something so uncomfortable. Perhaps it would be okay if it weren't comfortable, if it were chic, but it's so dreary too. No inspiration at all." "You're right, this chair is certainly not fit for a queen." Alexander tried to placate the Queen just to keep her still. "I'm dearly sorry you had to sit in this chair for even a single moment." "I am tough," the Queen said. Alexander's sympathy seemed to work. "In all my years, I've been through a lot worse than a lousy chair. I'll survive, even if my behind is bruised and my eyes are sore from the sheer lack of inspiration and whimsy in this room." Alexander nodded, just wanting to keep the Queen calmed down long enough to stay still. As Alexander examined the bomb, he realized something terrible. It was nothing like anything he had seen before. Alexander had trained on every type of device imaginable. They tested him by disguising the devices as best they could, and still Alexander could easily figure it out. But he wasn't going to be able to disable this bomb.
Nora, we're trying to figure out how to disable the snakes. Justin spoke into the communicator. Have you learned anything else about the technology that we could use? Justin waited for a response. Everyone on board gathered around the communicator, eagerly awaiting more information from Nora. Nora, do we have any more information that we can use? Justin repeated. Zach looked anxious, ready to figure this out. But once again, there was no response. Nora, come in, Nora. Justin said again. Nora? No response. Damn it. Justin threw down the device. Hey, that's my tech. Be careful with it, Captain Morris said. Well, your piece of crap tech isn't working. Justin turned to Captain Morris, anger in his eyes. Justin looked like he was ready to rip off Captain Morris's face. This man cared more about his radio than about Justin's wife and son. Brenda noticed Justin about to explode and put a hand on his shoulder. She didn't want Justin to kill Captain Morris right then and there. Brenda pushed Captain Morris away. Captain Morris put his hands up with a smirk. Easy there. Brenda had to keep Justin held back, or Captain Morris surely would have been thrown overboard. Brenda pushed Justin toward the side of the boat. Breathe, just breathe, Brenda instructed. Justin took a deep breath. Nora is the most capable person I know, Brenda said. She can take care of herself and Alexander. I have no doubt about that. Justin nodded. He knew that too. Out of everyone, he knew just how strong Nora was on her own. She was something special. He still couldn't believe someone as amazing as her would be with him. He shuddered to think for even a moment that he could be losing her to a watery grave. Captain, get his communication back, now, Brenda ordered. Captain Morris thought about taking offense to Brenda ordering him around, but he let it go. He probably had gone too far with his earlier comment. We need more information on those snakes if we're going to actually stop them, Zach mumbled, frustrated. Captain Morris examined the communication device. This piece of crap, as some people would put it, is working completely normally, Captain Morris said quietly. So that means that it's those below who have lost communication with us, Professor Meyer responded. Brenda left Justin standing against the side of the boat. She took the communicator from Captain Morris and examined it herself. Yeah, it's working perfectly well on our end, Brenda confirmed. I'll keep working on it until we hear from them again. We'll get them back on. If they have radar blocking technology, they certainly could figure out how to block communication from going in and out as well, Zach pointed out. Yes, perhaps Alexander and Nora have reached a point where communication is blocked, Olivia said, wanting to believe that everything was okay. With Justin not paying attention, Olivia started getting nervous. What do we do if they've defeated Nora? We don't have more wetsuits to go down and get her. This could really be a crisis, Olivia said quietly to Professor Myers. We might have to return with better preparation. We went into this blind, but now we know what we're going up against. We could leave and return with the proper equipment to win this battle. They had an advantage this time, but we'll have it next time. But who says we even have time to go all the way back, get equipment, and come back here? They know we found the Queen. They'd never let us leave and come back. That's probably true. We might have to split into different parties. And Justin would never in a million years leave this place without Nora and Alexander. He'd sooner float alone at sea than let us take this boat back to shore without them. Professor Myers was getting worried. He didn't have a good answer for young Olivia. They needed Nora and Alexander to do this right. Brenda spoke quietly to Captain Morris. "What are you trying to do here? Have the guy deck you in the face?"
Hey, it was just a stupid comment. Didn't realize everyone was so sensitive.
"His wife and son are down there, let alone the Queen of England," Brenda said. "I've never known a man who loved his family as much as that man right over there." Justin rubbed his eyes with his hands. "None of them get it," Lucy whispered to Justin. Justin turned, surprised to see Princess Lucy leaning against the side of the boat next to him.
"You're right, they don't,"
Justin agreed. "To them, this is just a mission, even an exciting mission. You can see how excited that one, Zach, is. He feels like he's finally in one of his video games. He gets to be the hero and save the Queen. Isn't that something fun he'll tell his grandchildren one day?" Justin nodded. He remembered when Princess Lucy was nothing but a little child, crying about who got to sit next to little Cherry. He was impressed that she had grown into such an intelligent, thoughtful young woman. But that is our very life down there. We don't know what we'd do without them. We'd throw ourselves overboard. You nearly did already. Justin patted Lucy on the back.
"Brenda's right, though. Nora is the most capable person I've ever met. We haven't been in a situation like this for years, so it all feels fresh again. But this is what Nora does. She puts herself in danger, and she gets out of it."
"Has she ever not gotten out of it?" Lucy asked, fear creeping in.
"Never. Nora always."
The boat swayed, nearly tipping over, as a huge wave of water came from underneath them.
"Hold on,"
Brenda commanded.
"It's an explosion."
As water poured into the boat from the thrashing waves, Justin was almost certain it would topple, but somehow they stayed upright.
"Is everyone okay?"
he heard Brenda calling as she ran about, checking to make sure that everyone was on board and uninjured. But he could barely process her words. He was too busy trying to process what was actually happening. The giant wave and the explosive sound seemed to come from the direction of the underwater base, but that couldn't be possible. Nora and Alexander hadn't come back up yet, hadn't even called in on their radios. What could have happened?
"Justin,"
Brenda called, placing her hands on his shoulders and shaking him to get his attention.
"Justin, are you okay?" "Of course I'm okay," he replied. "Is everyone still on board?"
"Yes," she replied, nodding frantically while scanning his face.
"Everyone's still here. Is this ship damaged?"
"No," she replied. "There's no damage. Just a loud sound from underwater. An explosion." Justin hadn't seen his sister filled with so much worry in a very long time. The image was startling. If the boat was fine, and no one had been injured or knocked off board, he wasn't sure what she could be so worried about.
"Justin, I'm so sorry,"
she replied. "I can't even imagine what must be going through your head right now. I don't even know what I would do if I was in your shoes, if Solo was down there." He raised an eyebrow in confusion.
"Brenda, what do you mean? Everything's fine."
An expression of even deeper concern crossed her face, and she looked as if she was scanning his face for an injury or something else that would explain his confusion. It reminded him of when they were just kids on the playground, and she would take care of him when he fell over and scraped his knees.
"Justin, surely you must realize."
Her gaze shot over her shoulder as if she was looking for someone else to break this painful news.
"Realize what?"
he asked his sister, genuine curiosity in his eyes.
"The explosion. It came from the base. We can't get in touch with Nora or Alexander. Justin, they're gone."
Justin laughed harder than he meant to, startling his worried sister. What could she mean, gone? Brenda, this isn't a good time for jokes. He stood from where he'd braced himself against the wall of the cockpit and brushed past her, looking for a radio. Justin, Olivia interrupted, gripping his arm as he tried to walk past her. Brenda isn't joking. He scanned her eyes for a hint of humor, but could find none. His heartbeat quickened, though he knew in his mind that they must be mistaken or playing some sick joke on him. Guys, don't be ridiculous. They're okay. They're busy down there working. They need more time if they're going to save the Queen. As he said the words, walking past Olivia and loosening his arm from her grip, he noticed Professor Myers squatting in the corner of the cockpit next to Princess Lucy. Her face was running with hot tears. She was sobbing so hard that she had sunken down to the ground, where the professor tried gently calming her. "Shh," he whispered. "It's all right, Princess. They've done everything they could to save her." Justin tore his eyes away from the scene to Captain Morris, who looked back at him sadly. "I'm so sorry, Justin." "No," his mind replied. "This wasn't right. Nora always came back. This was what she did. She took risks, she saved the world, and she always found her way back to him. She and Alexander were way too smart, too powerful, too skilled to be thwarted by some power-hungry kidnappers with a hobby for playing video games. It was impossible. He needed to convince the others. Guys, I understand how this looks, I do. He pleaded with his eyes, taking a moment to look at each other member of the team before he continued. But I promise this isn't the end. You all know Nora and Alexander. You know what they're capable of. When have you ever known Nora not to fail her mission? When has Nora ever succumbed to danger? The others shifted uncomfortably before Brenda piped up. Never. She's never done that. Precisely, Justin said, his chest swelling with pride at the thought of his talented wife. And she's not going to start now. A hesitant but optimistic murmur went up from the group. They were finally starting to understand where he was coming from. He needed to keep going. What they need from us right now, he continued, is our support. They don't need us walking around the deck like we're mourning their failure or their lives. They need us to get back to our stations and be ready for their return. They need us to be ready to support them however we can. We've all seen how methodical and strategic these kidnappers are. We'll need all hands on deck when they send the call. As the final words left his mouth, he could see how enlivened the other passengers had become. There was still an air of hesitance and doubt, but they were ready to put that fear to the side and stand beside him in supporting Nora and Alexander, to push aside their dismay and choose to have hope. All right, he asked the team. Triumphantly, they cheered back in unison, all right, before getting back to their stations and getting ready to help. Justin was proud of himself for speaking up, proud of his team for their ability to bounce back from such a scary moment. But most of all, he was proud of his wife and his son for facing down such immense danger without hesitating, for always being willing to do what needed to be done to save the day. His happiness warmed him from deep within until he walked over to the edge of the boat to take a look out and saw the Queen's dress floating up to the surface. Oh my God, they must be in danger, Justin worried as he paced the deck of the boat. Shaking his head, Captain Morris mumbled, I told you they were in over their heads. Princess Lucy smacked Captain Morris on the arm, telling him to shut up. Of course, she was also afraid of what could have happened down there. After all, it was her mother's dress that was floating to the surface. We failed them. All of them. Justin said as he shook his head. How could he have failed his wife and child like this? Princess Lucy stared at the sopping wet fabric on the deck of the boat. She couldn't believe that something could have really happened to her. I knew I should have gone down there, Justin said, burying his head in his hands. Princess Lucy grabbed his shoulders and said, Listen, Justin, you need to find out what really happened down there. We can't know for sure until we find all 3 of them. Justin was surprised to be comforted by this young woman's words. She was far more wise than he would have thought, reminding him of his own daughter. He took a moment to think about his options. But there isn't another diving suit, Olivia argued. Brenda smirked and looked at her brother. Has that ever stopped you? Justin smiled, inspired to find his wife and son. He grabbed the last oxygen mouthpiece from the storage closet and headed for the edge of the boat. Taking a deep breath, Justin looked down into the water. It was so dark he could hardly see anything. Zach came up behind him and gave him an encouraging pat on the shoulder. Keep your eye out for robotic sharks. With a laugh, Justin put his oxygen piece in and leapt into the water. The water was far colder than he had expected, especially without a wetsuit. He knew he needed to move fast. Without a wetsuit, his clothes would drag him up toward the surface. Luckily, even in retirement, Justin had made a point to stay in great shape. As he swam, he began to see the shimmering lights at the bottom of the ocean. Good sign, he thought to himself. If the lights were still on at the base, the damage from the explosion couldn't have been detrimental. It meant there was a good chance that Alexander and Nora were okay. But Justin wouldn't feel comforted until his wife was back in his arms. Even still, the fluid that had leaked up to the surface was still trailing down toward the base. Justin wasn't sure what it could have been, but he was almost certain it was some type of fuel. He could feel his body growing tired as he neared the large base. He was shocked by its size, becoming certain that whoever had kidnapped the Queen was far wealthier and technically savvy than they had initially thought. Justin scanned for an entrance to the base, knowing that the pressurized base would certainly be sensitive to any intruder. After a moment, he spotted an entrance with a pressure chamber. Climbing in, the door lock had already been broken. Atta girl, he thought. It was a clear sign of Nora's work, and he couldn't help but smile at his wife's impressive skills. Wedging open the door, Justin slipped inside the chamber and slammed the door shut behind himself. Please wait as the chamber drains, a disembodied robotic voice said over the speakers. Justin waited as patiently as he could. All of the systems of the base seemed intact. Odds were at least Nora and Alexander were okay. Though he had no idea if they had been able to save the Queen. Justin tried not to think about it too much, not wanting to think about delivering such heartbreaking news to Princess Lucy. As soon as the water was drained out of the grates in the floor, Justin moved toward the interior door. He unlocked it with the control panel next to it. He pushed it open with force and started to jog through the base. Justin was comforted knowing that at least when they first entered the base, Nora and Alexander had not encountered any bodyguards. He ran down the chrome hallways, scanning every open door for his wife and son. Eventually, he found an open door that led to what he assumed was the snake pit. Hundreds of deactivated robotic snakes were littered throughout the metal floor. Justin couldn't help but smile at his wife's clean work. She was so incredibly talented. He kept moving, jumping into the pit toward a door on the opposite side of the pit. It must have been where Alexander had run to while Nora dealt with the snakes. Justin hoped it meant he would find them through this door. Unlatching the door, he found another hallway. He took a moment to catch his breath as he made his way down the metal pathway. At the end, Justin found the last door. He opened it to reveal Nora and Alexander. "You're okay," Justin yelled. Shocked to see him, Nora smiled and ran to him, hugging him. "Did you doubt me?" Justin smirked. "Never." He turned to his son and brought him into a hug. "You have no idea how worried we were." "We're all right," Nora reassured him as they stood around. "How did you deal with the snakes?" Justin asked, already curious how they solved so many new problems without backup. Nora shrugged. "Turns out their teeth were the only thing that could penetrate their skin. I grabbed a few of them for Professor Myers and Olivia to study. The tech might help us fight these kidnappers when we find them." "Wonderful." Justin was carried away with excitement until he remembered why they had come down here, and the image of the Queen's wet dress came back to his mind. "Is she?" he asked. As he spoke, a noise came from across the room where another door was swinging open. Justin's mouth dropped open as the Queen walked back into the room where she had been held prisoner, dressed in Nora's wetsuit. "You're alive!" Justin exclaimed. "Of course she's alive," Nora laughed. She was surprised her husband had doubted that she would be able to save the Queen. Justin stuttered for words. "But her dress, it floated up to the surface. We all saw it and thought the Queen had died." Alexander smiled. "It's a long story," he began, and he recounted the events just before the explosion. Just a short while ago, Alexander had been staring at the bomb strapped to the Queen's chest and panicking. Alexander had no idea how to dismantle the bomb. Despite his training, he had no idea what to do. But they needed a solution, and fast. "Please, young man, I need to get out of here," the Queen complained as he stared at the bomb. "I'm working on it," Alexander muttered as the ticking increased in speed. He followed the wires and couldn't figure out how he could get it off the Queen. Until he saw that it was attached to her dress, the same dress she had been wearing at the tea party. "Your Majesty, I'm gonna have to ask you to take off your dress," Alexander said, trying to be as polite as possible. The Queen scoffed and yelled, "You're a creep!" Alexander begged, "Queen, please, the bomb is attached to your dress, so if we take off the dress, I can remove the bomb and bring it somewhere safe." Her mouth had dropped open from shock. "You better not be playing some sick prank on me, young man," the Queen said. "I swear it's the only way to save you," Alexander begged. The Queen looked around, embarrassed to have to be put through more discomfort. She began to pull the dress up and over her body, revealing a slip dress underneath. Once it was off, she delicately placed it in Alexander's hands. He stood slowly and began to walk the bomb across the floor, careful not to make any sudden movements that might set it off early. "Wait here, Your Majesty. I'll bring you something else to wear," Alexander promised as he took the dress out of the room and back down the hallway toward the snake pit. The Queen rolled her eyes and sat back down in the terrible chair, shifting uncomfortably in her slip dress. "I hope she was able to handle those snakes," Alexander said to himself as he made his way down the hall. Once he reached the door, he carefully held the bomb in one hand while unlocking the door with his free hand. Just as the door clicked open, his mum's familiar face appeared on the other side, a triumphant smile gracing her lips. Before she could greet her son, though, her eyes noticed the bomb in his hand. "Oh my. The Queen is safe, but I need to get rid of this," Alexander explained, scanning her face to see if she had any potential solutions. Nora thought hard, furrowing her brow and lifting a hand to her chin. How could they dispose of the bomb without putting their own lives at risk. And then it clicked in her mind. Escape pods. A base this big was guaranteed to have a few escape submarines. In fact, Nora was almost certain she had seen them on their way from the command hub. Take them to the escape submarines near the command hub. There is a porthole you can throw it out of, so it'll sink lower and explode, Nora suggested. She would have loved to make this bomb scenario a test for her son, but the stakes had grown too high for any parenting lessons. Instead, she held the door open for Alexander as he walked past her. As the beeping became microseconds apart, he picked up his pace and began to jog. He didn't want to move so quickly that the bomb would detonate or risk dropping it, but he knew he was running out of time. Running down the hall, he turned the corners of the chrome floors and searched for the escape pods. Just like his mum had suspected, there was a hallway full of escape submarines waiting for him. Alexander scanned for the porthole. "There it is," he exclaimed. He ran to the hole, making an effort to keep the dress from jostling too much. And as the beeps from the bomb grew in speed, almost overlapping, he threw the bomb inside. He pressed the eject button, which pushed the bomb out of the window and into the open ocean. It wasn't until a few seconds later, when he heard the deep rumble from far below, that Alexander really believed he had done it. Once he heard it, he ran back to Nora, who was already preparing the Queen to swap clothes. "You did it," Nora said, grinning from ear to ear as she saw her son. The Queen nodded. "Seems like a job well done, young man." "I'm so proud of you, son. You did it," Justin said as he wrapped his son in a tight hug. They had a tender moment as a family before the Queen interrupted. "Could one of you please explain what has happened here?" Justin's face scrunched up, confused by the question. "What do you mean, Your Majesty?" "How did I get here?" she asked. Nora turned to Justin and whispered, "She claims not to remember anything." "The tea party?" Justin questioned. Nora and Alexander shook their heads. "How is that possible?" Justin asked as his brain tried to catch up. It seems neither of them had any ideas to pitch. "Well, since no one has any explanation, I would like to return to my palace," the Queen complained, her patience running thin. Her frustration at not being able to remember what had happened was evident in her tone. Nora nodded. "We should get out of here before something else goes wrong." Justin followed behind as Nora and Alexander led the Queen through the base. He wondered how she could have no memory. Of course, the trauma could be a factor, but it almost seemed like her memory had been completely wiped. Maybe this kidnapper's technology was even more advanced. As the group approached the pressure chamber, Alexander passed the Queen his mouthpiece. "You'll need this to make it to the surface, Your Majesty," he said. She nodded and took it happily. But as they were about to open the pressure chamber's door, a strange noise came from behind them. Alexander froze. "Do you hear that?" "What was that?" the Queen asked. The strange noise continued. "Do you think something in the base was affected by the explosion?" Alexander's eyes widened. "And now it's making that noise?" "Well, you know what? Who cares what that noise is? Let's get out of this dreary little hovel before we have to figure out what it is," the Queen suggested. "Yes, let's get out of here," Alexander agreed. "Be quiet, we need to listen," Justin said. "You know, despite being underwater, the humidity in this place is quite low. It is severely drying out my pores, and nobody has offered me face cream. Can you believe how rude the world has become?" the Queen asked. Her state of shock still didn't seem to allow her to really feel the gravity of what she'd been through. The Queen only acted like she was at a crappy hotel, not that she had been kidnapped, and taken to a top-secret underwater base. Alexander sighed. "Your Majesty, we will get you face cream as soon as we get back to—" Nora put her finger up to Alexander's lips, shushing him. Alexander was surprised, but understood. Nora was listening carefully. But the Queen wasn't so patient. "Let's move it. It's time to—" The Queen looked completely scandalized and furious as Nora put her fingers up to the Queen's lips. "Shush," Nora said coldly. The Queen looked like she was about to blow a gasket. She had never liked Nora, and for Nora to dare lay a grubby peasant little finger on her, and especially after the Queen commented on how dry her face was, how could she? Who did she think she was? The Queen was about ready to explode. "How dare—" "There's someone else here," Nora said. "Somebody else here?" Alexander asked. "But we saw the whole base. There was nobody here. It's empty." "Stop talking and listen," Justin insisted. Alexander did as Nora said and listened closely. It sounded strange echoing off the chrome caverns of the underwater base. But Nora was right. Those were footsteps. "I'll go investigate it." Alexander braced himself. "You both take the Queen to safety." "Good plan," the Queen chirped. "Get me out of here at once. If I never see chrome again in my entire life, I'd be happy. I mean, a flash of it can be quite stylish, but the whole interior design is all chrome. Tacky, tacky, tacky." Alexander started walking away, but Nora grabbed his arm. "We're all going together." "This is my mess. I'm going to fix it," Alexander protested. "I will figure out who is behind this evil plot, but you both need to get the Queen and yourselves to safety. Every second she's down here puts her in more danger, and it puts me in more danger of being yelled at by her." "He's right," the Queen echoed. "My temper grows hotter and hotter with each passing second wasting away in this hovel." "I'm not letting you chase after whoever is involved in this," Justin said firmly. "We know they are highly skilled technologically." "But," Alexander started. "I want to see who it is," Nora smirked. After all, whoever made this base was incredibly talented technologically. As much as she didn't appreciate being the target, this person was clearly impressive. "It's safer if we stick together down here. Who knows what kind of traps there are," Justin said. "We all go together." "Well, I simply refuse," the Queen said. "You can wait here alone or come with us." Nora was already walking away. Justin followed after. Alexander hesitated a moment, but followed after his mother and father. The Queen pouted and stomped her foot. "I want to leave." "I don't work for you," Nora pointed out matter-of-factly. But Nora, Justin, and Alexander were off. They weren't going to heed Her Majesty's order on this one. "Get back here!" The Queen stomped her foot, but Nora and Alexander were not listening to her. Nora, Justin, and Alexander turned a corner. The Queen tapped her foot, nervous. She let out a massive groan and hustled to catch up to them. "Hey, wait for me!" the Queen yelped, waving. The group went back into the command hub. Nora led the group, using her acute senses to follow the sound. As they got closer, the sound was more clearly the footsteps of another person. Alexander looked at the cameras. "There he is," Alexander said, pointing to a black figure displayed on one of the camera screens. The person had their entire face and body covered. The figure walked past the snake pit, into the room where the Queen was. The four of them ran back through the room with the broken snakes and into the room where the Queen was held captive. "There," Alexander said, pointing at the black figure darting out of the room through another door. Alexander took the lead. while Nora, Justin, and the Queen followed behind. Nora was nervous about letting Alexander take the lead with the bad guy right in front of them, but he clearly needed to do this. Alexander pulled out his gun as he entered the next room. "Stop right there and put your hands up," Alexander barked. Nora was impressed with how old he sounded, his voice deep and menacing when he really wanted it to be. Her little boy had grown up. The figure in a black suit turned around with his hands up. "Take off your mask. Show yourself," Alexander commanded. A gravelly man's voice came from the figure in the black suit. "I can't do that." "I said take it off," Alexander said, stomping his foot. "Do you like my place here? Impressive, isn't it?" the figure in the black suit said, toying with them. Alexander took a step closer, trying to threaten the masked man. "And if you shoot that thing, we're right at the edge of the facility. It might go pop right through a wall, and this whole thing will get crushed like a tin can by the pressure of the ocean. You know how science works, right? Or shall I explain it further?" the man teased. "If the bullet lodges right in your skull, we'll have no problem with the pressure," Alexander replied. He was very steady in the face of an enemy. "Well, if you shoot me, my explosive device will detonate." "You have an explosive device?" Alexander stammered. "Wow, your ears are working correctly," the man cackled. "Yes, I have an explosive device. It's quite impressive, actually. If my suit is damaged or perforated in any way, the device will go off." "Is it connected to your suit?" Alexander asked. "You're like my parrot, repeating everything I say back to me." This man clearly loved toying with Alexander. "Aw, are you doing that because you are nervous?" Alexander didn't respond, sweat forming on his brow. He was dealing with a truly sinister criminal. "You'd kill yourself with us?" Alexander asked, wondering if the masked man was bluffing. "The bomb strapped to your chest would go off, killing you first. We might even be able to get out of here despite the explosion, but you'd be done for." "If there was a large bomb strapped to my chest and it exploded, the pressure changes in this place would make the whole thing implode," the man hissed. "Don't be silly." "So you're saying that if I shoot you, this whole place goes down?" "Oh no, I'm not on any sort of suicide mission." The man almost chuckled, finding Alexander ever so amusing. "My explosive technology is far more impressive than that." "How is that possible? How could you have an explosion down here without it destroying the whole place?" "See, your first mistake was assuming that the explosive was even on my body at all," the man said, almost excited to reveal the ways that Alexander messed up. "You're claiming the explosive would go off if I shoot you, but it's not on your body." Alexander didn't understand how this could possibly work. "If I was just expecting you to shoot the bomb itself, it's likely you'd hit another part of my body, isn't it?" the man explained. "And if I was just going to press a detonator myself when you shot me, that would require an incredibly quick reaction time on my part. I may have a lot of talents, but I'm not quite faster than a speeding bullet." Alexander still didn't get it. "So how does it—" "The fabric of the suit itself is the detonator. If the fabric gets torn, then the bomb goes off," Nora said. The masked man started clapping for her. "Very clever," he said. "You have a lot to learn from your mother." Alexander, Nora, and Justin both raised their eyebrows. Did he say mother? How did he know Alexander was Nora's son? Nora and Alexander did look alike, But was it enough for a complete stranger to recognize them as mother and son? Probably not. That meant this criminal knew about Alexander and Nora before they even arrived at the underwater base. Alexander didn't want to keep wondering about how this person knew about his family. He stepped forward bravely. "Take off your mask." "Tisk, tisk, you really are slow to figure out how this little thing is going to go." The masked man laughed. "You have nothing on me. Mr. Hunt, sir, please explain to your son that he's not going to get me this time." He knew who Justin was as well. Alexander's gun wavered. He was trying to find another plan of action. If he couldn't shoot the man, there must be another way he could stop him. Perhaps if Alexander caught him off guard and tackled him. Maybe he could pretend to shoot and use that as a distraction. "If you take even a step closer to me, I'm not afraid to set off the explosion." It was like the masked man knew what Alexander was thinking. He was one step ahead. Alexander wondered what Nora was thinking. Why hadn't she said anything this whole time? He wanted to look back to her, but that would give away his trepidation. Surely the man would use that moment to make a move. "Nora, you're awfully quiet," the masked man said. You couldn't see his face, but you could practically hear the smirk on his face. The corner of Nora's lips spasmed. How did he know her name? "You're really letting Alexander take the lead on this one," he continued. "Every baby bird must leave the nest eventually, hey?" Alexander was in complete shock. The man knew his name. Who was this person? Was it somebody close to them, or was it a stranger who had done his research? Even Nora was surprised. She hadn't recognized the voice, yet this person knew them both intimately. "So, what will it be?" the masked man asked. "Are you going to try to assault me and have me set off the explosion? Or are you going to let me go peacefully? That would be so much nicer for all of us." "What's stopping you from setting off the explosive after you leave?" Alexander asked, not wanting to get caught in a trap. "Good question. Maybe your mother has been training you well." The masked man took a moment before continuing. "There is nothing stopping me from not setting off the explosives, but I pinky promise I won't. I told you how badly I want to keep this base functional. It would really be years of my hard work destroyed by my own hand. How I would hate to do that. But it would get you three out of my way." The masked man thought for a moment. "But I did just make a pinky promise, so... Fine. I will not set off the explosive. Here." The masked man held out his hand, pinky extended, waiting for Alexander to pinky promise him. Alexander hated this man's guts. He was so arrogant he even rivaled the Queen. Alexander didn't like being toyed with like this. It was clear that this man had the upper hand. He wanted to look back at Nora even more. He was surprised she was waiting this long to make a move. He thought of her as always being one step ahead, but right now, she seemed to be waiting behind. He couldn't ask her what she was thinking, and he didn't think he could wait any longer. The man had his arm outstretched. He was vulnerable. With adrenaline pumping, Alexander had enough. Maybe he couldn't shoot his gun, but he could be fast enough to tackle this man and rip off his mask before the man could do anything. Right as his muscles tensed to make a move, he felt a hand on his shoulder. Nora. Nora spoke softly to the masked man. "You're free to go." "You want me to let him go?" Alexander was shocked. He couldn't believe his mother would let this criminal go. The man had kidnapped the Queen and tried to murder them all with robotic killing machines and explosives. Was Nora suddenly feeling merciful or something?
Your mother has some sense,
the masked man said.
You really have a lot to learn from her. So that means put the gun down.
Alexander wished he could ask Nora for her reasoning. Even though his mother told him to, Alexander couldn't put the gun down just yet.
Are you really going to ignore your mother's wishes? Put the gun down like she said.
If they let him go, it meant they were letting an incredibly powerful villain back into the world. If he was capable of kidnapping the Queen and constructing this incredibly technologically advanced base, who knew what else was in the works? They would never know peace again until he was stopped, so why not end it here? Alexander just didn't understand his mother's reasoning. While he trusted her, he couldn't help but keep the gun pointed at the masked man. The Queen began to whine. She was incredibly eager to get out of this place. Alexander, let this poorly dressed individual go, and then we'll all get out of here.
This is not a time to be a hero, Alexander.
Justin shook his head slowly.
Listen to your mother.
The masked man gleefully taunted Alexander.
Orders from your mother, father, and the Queen herself. You really are a little rebel, aren't you?
Justin put his hand on Alexander's shoulder. The teenage boy's tension eased. He didn't understand it, but he would comply. Alexander slowly lowered his gun.
That's a good boy, Alexander,
the masked man chuckled.
I'll be on my way then. I'm sure we'll see each other again soon.
Nora wondered how this man was going to leave. There didn't seem to be an escape route in the room. Suddenly, the man tapped on the wall. Technology from the wall sprang into action. What looked like an escape pod combined with a jet ski released from the wall. Everyone was amazed, except the Queen, who didn't seem to care and was not particularly impressed. Justin marveled at this miraculous technology. The escape pod truly seemed to appear out of nowhere.
I'm sure we'll be seeing each other again shortly,
the masked man shouted as he slid into the escape pod.
Ta-ta for now.
The masked man waved and pressed a button. The escape pod sealed shut, and moments later, the escape pod shot out of the base into the sea. Nora and Justin were impressed, but Alexander was furious.
How could you ask me to let him go?
Alexander yelled at his parents. My reflexes are fast. I was going to subdue him without tearing the suit. He wouldn't have had time to set off any detonator, and we would have gotten to see who it was. Justin glanced at Nora.
You can't be so sure of your reflexes.
I know what I'm capable of. You haven't seen me in my top capacity, Alexander protested. He was an awfully stubborn child. Now that evil man is free in the world, who knows what else he could be planning? He was able to capture the Queen. We know he must be capable of a whole lot worse. The biggest criminal the world has ever known. I had him in grasp and you made me free him. Justin understood why his son was angry, but as a father, he knew best.
That criminal surely had more up his sleeve. If he figured out localized explosions, you don't know what other tricks he had. Maybe he has the bombs wired to go off when his heart rate goes up. We have to assume that man is steps ahead of us when we're on his turf.
Alexander just couldn't believe this. Mum, tell me, please. He turned to Nora. Why did you let him go? Nora answered calmly. We'll get more from him if he's free than if we stopped him here. What more are we going to get from him? We have no idea who he is or where he is going. Alexander couldn't understand his parents. He felt like they had made a huge mistake. The corner of Nora's lips spasmed. Who said we have no idea where he was going? Nora asked with a smirk. Alexander raised his eyebrows in surprise. What do you mean? I put a tracking device on him. Nora smiled calmly. You really think I would have just let him go? A tracking device? Alexander was incredulous. When did you get the chance to do that? I didn't see you do anything. Well, that's the point, honey, Nora said. If you saw me put a tracking device on him, it wouldn't be much of a secret tracking device, now would it? Alexander was impressed. I noticed the escape pod before it released from the wall, Nora explained. This room seems like a dead end, but I knew he came in here in order to leave, so I figured there must be some way out. When you and him were talking, you had him sufficiently distracted for me to scan the room and notice that there was a nearly imperceptible line where the escape pod came from. I discreetly tossed a tracker on it, and now that tracker is following the escape pod. Alexander had no idea any of that happened. He wished he could have read Nora's mind, but he was still glad he ended up listening to his parents instead of attacking the criminal. What if he had disobeyed her and ruined her plan? Wow, Mum. See, that's why you always listen to your mother. Nora patted Alexander on the back. Suddenly, an alarm blared. The Queen jumped. What's that god-awful noise? She plugged her ears. As if this place couldn't get any worse. Nora and Alexander looked up on high alert. Was an explosive about to go off? They listened as a robotic voice announced over the speakers, "Complete lockdown sequence initiating." Lockdown? Alexander repeated, terrified. Did this mean that in a few moments, the underwater base would shut down completely and they would not be able to return to the surface? Nora shook her head. He kept his promises about no explosives. We'll be trapped down here? The Queen gasped. Absolutely not. I refuse to be stuck here any longer. I told you we should have left already, and you disobeyed my orders, and look at what happened. Alexander shuddered. Not just at the idea of being trapped in this underwater prison for the rest of his life, but being trapped with the Queen. The robotic voice spoke again as the alarm blared. 30 seconds to lockdown. What can you see on your screen? Olivia asked Professor Meyer, looking over his shoulder at the readings his monitor displayed. The screen was blue, showing the underwater base from above. Small red and orange dots on the screen marked where human life could be detected down below. The infrared scanners, they show 5 people. But only the Queen, Alexander, Nora, and Justin should be in that base. I think that there's someone down there with them, he said, shocked by the discovery. Up until now, they had thought that the base was empty aside from the mechanical threats lurking inside of it. If there was another person down there, they might be even more dangerous than the mechanical sharks or snakes. Is that possible? Olivia asked, scrunching her brow with confusion. How had they not picked up this extra person earlier? It must be. The scanners don't lie, Professor Meyer replied anxiously. Olivia turned her attention to another team member, hoping he could provide some explanation of what was going on. Captain Morris, have you been able to reach them on the radio yet? Olivia asked. No, I haven't heard anything yet. Not even Justin has answered our calls. He sighed. Do you think the Queen is all right? Princess Lucy asked nervously. She hadn't been able to calm down fully since her mother had been kidnapped from the party. She was so worried that something bad might happen to her in the base that she wouldn't be able to relax until her mother was returned to her. Of course she is. With Nora, Alexander, and Justin all down there with her, she's in great hands. They'll make sure she returns to us safely. They've never failed a mission before. Brenda comforted her with a smile and a gentle squeeze on her arm. In all the years she had known Nora and all the missions she'd seen and heard about, she knew Nora always found a way to make it all work at the end of the day. Brenda's thoughts were interrupted by Professor Myers shouting urgently from his computer.
Wait a minute, the fifth dot on the scanner is moving away from the base. And quickly. There's no way a human could swim this fast. That must mean
an escape vehicle of some sort. Olivia finished, rubbing her chin as she thought. If there's an escape vehicle, then maybe Nora, Alexander, Justin, and the Queen are headed back up to the surface.
It can't be that, Zach replied. Only one of the 5 dots is moving. None of them would leave the others behind. Which must mean that whoever's down there with them must be escaping. They may be in trouble.
Princess Lucy gasped with fear and began to look dizzy where she stood. Brenda placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder, helping her keep her balance. There's no way Nora would let a villain escape by accident. This must be a part of her plan, and she must have some other way up to the surface planned for the rest of them, Brenda said, confident in her sister-in-law's ability to handle even the most dangerous of villains. Nora was one of the most talented and intelligent spies in the entire world. She could do anything.
Let's keep trying their radios and see if we can find out more about the plan,
Captain Morris said, before turning back to the radio to try again. They hadn't been able to reach them yet, but they couldn't give up trying to get in touch.
Sounds like a plan,
Professor Meyer replied.
But I have to warn you, this 5th person is moving fast, and they're getting closer to the boat.
Despite their best efforts, they couldn't pick up any messages from the 4 members of their team in the underwater base. And as the red dot moved closer to their location on the scanner, the crew members began to panic. Then, all of a sudden, a massive metal machine came zipping past the boat. It looked like a jet ski, but it was enclosed in a way that would allow the passenger to rise from the depths of the ocean to the surface in seconds without feeling the effects of the change in pressure. Technology this advanced could only have been made by the brightest scientific minds, and all of the passengers were certain that it must have been invented by the same person who had designed the underwater base. "Who's in there?" Princess Lucy shouted, but the vehicle zipped by so quickly that all anyone could see was the blurry flash of a black suit inside the pod. There was no way they could identify who was driving the escape pod, but those certainly weren't the clothes that Nora, Alexander, Justin, or the Queen had gone down to the base in. It must have been the villain who had kidnapped the Queen. Alarms started blaring from the base, setting the machines on the ship into a frenzy. Whatever was going on down there, it certainly wasn't looking good for the 4 team members stuck underwater. "We need to stop him," Olivia shouted, looking around frantically for some sort of device that might help them slow down the jet ski. But Zach replied from across the room, "We can't without Nora. The technology on that thing is way too advanced for any of us to handle. Maybe if Nora was here, she might be able to figure something out, but we're completely unequipped for that." "Besides," Brenda added, "I'd bet that the 4 of them are either chasing the kidnapper now or let him escape for some other reason. It's not like Nora to let the villain get away during a mission." As if proving her point, 4 of the same high-tech jet skis came up from the water at that exact moment, making their way toward the ship. Though they were moving at a high speed, the crew could clearly see Nora, Justin, Alexander, and the Queen making their return. As their jet ski escape pods pulled closer to the boat, Princess Lucy let out a sigh of relief. Of course, she knew that Nora, Alexander, and Justin would be able to rescue her mother. But nothing else could comfort her, like the sight of her mother safe and sound after such a long and scary day. When they were finally able to board the boat again, Princess Lucy ran to give the Queen a big hug, saying, "Thank goodness. I'd been so worried about you, Mother." But rather than seeming relieved, the Queen pulled away from the hug, replying, "Oh, please, Lucy, please do be careful not to get my clothes any dirtier than they already are. I need to change instantly." Princess Lucy was confused by her mother's cold response. She thought that the Queen would be excited to see her. But the stress and anxiety of the day must just be getting to her. The princess was still excited to see her, regardless of how cranky she was feeling. As Princess Lucy reunited with her mother and tried to get her more settled, the other members of the team were focused on the impressive technology in the jet skis and getting the full story of what had happened underwater. "So there was someone else down there," Professor Meyer said. "I knew the scanners wouldn't be wrong." "But why did it take so long for the fifth person to show up on the infrared scanner?" Olivia asked curiously. The technology in his suit was highly advanced enough that it could act as a bomb detonator when scuffed. I wouldn't be surprised if he had infrared blocking technology built into it as well. He must have turned off the infrared blockers so he could speak to us by the escape pods, Nora replied. Olivia nodded. Wow, their technology really is incredible. It's horrible that such evil people have been able to create such powerful technology. Professor Meyer agreed. Even these jet skis are amazingly engineered. I would love to take one of these back to our lab to research if that would be all right with you. Maybe if we can take a closer look at it, we'll be able to figure out how the technology works and recreate it. Justin glanced at Nora and then clapped the professor on the shoulder. Of course, Justin replied, as long as you're willing to share your findings with us. Any help we can get figuring out how the kidnappers' technology works will be crucial to defeating them. As Professor Meyer and Olivia continued questioning Justin and Alexander about the technology they encountered in the underwater base, though, Nora couldn't help but have her attention drawn to Princess Lucy and the Queen. Something about the way the Queen was acting, so rude to her rescuers, so mean to her daughter, so unconcerned with being kidnapped, set off alarm bells for Nora. Nora crossed to the deck where Princess Lucy and the Queen stood, wanting to check if her suspicions were right. So, Your Majesty, how are you feeling after returning to the boat? Are you relieved to be back to safety? Yes, sure, the Queen replied, giving Nora a mean look. Can you go away now? I'm having a private conversation that isn't meant for peasant ears. Mother! Princess Lucy was shocked by the Queen's rudeness. It was unlike her to behave so ungratefully towards someone who had done so much for her. Nora just saved you from kidnappers at the bottom of the ocean. She's gone to great lengths to return you to us safely. Why, if it weren't for her and Alexander, you could have been seriously injured or even killed. I don't want to imagine what would have happened if not for Nora and her family. Please, don't be so rude to her. The Queen rolled her eyes but didn't say anything else, not wanting to argue with her daughter. Your Highness, can I just ask you a few questions about what happened before you went missing? Nora asked. If you must, the Queen sighed, clearly antsy to get out of this conversation as quickly as possible. What happened just before you were kidnapped? I've already said that I'm not sure how I got to the underwater base, the Queen said defensively. Nora spoke calmly. I know, but it's important that you try to remember any details so we can figure out who did this to you. Do you remember anything at all?
No, I don't know anything, and I don't care how this happened. All I want is to go home to where my dresses, my creams, and my home are. I want to take a long shower and never think about this day again." She crossed her arms as she finished her sentence, turning her nose up in the air as if she was better than dealing with spies and solving kidnappings. "Mother, Nora is only trying to help," the princess began to say, but her mother cut her off again. "If she wants to help, she can get me home immediately. I don't want to have to ask again." Before Nora could respond, Captain Morris came over to interrupt.
"I'm sorry to intrude on your conversation, but I thought we should talk, Nora. The fifth jet ski is still visible on the very edge of the infrared scanner. If we want to chase him, we need to leave right now before we lose sight of him for good. I'm going to get the ship ready to go, but I wanted to touch base with you before I did."
The Queen sighed at this, visibly annoyed by Captain Morris's suggestion. "Don't be silly. We're taking me home now. I don't care about chasing any kidnappers. I want to go home." Nora looked to the Queen and then back to Captain Morris before replying, "We don't need to worry about chasing them. I've installed a tracker on the escape vehicle, so we'll be able to find them wherever they flee to. Right now, our priority needs to be serving the Queen. She had a long and traumatic day, and we need to get her back home to the safety of her guards. Once she's rested, we should be able to ask her more about her kidnappers. And if we pair her answers with the information the tracker provides, we should have no problem tracking them down and making them answer for what they did today."
"Are you sure?"
Captain Morris asked hesitantly. "I'm positive," Nora responded confidently. "Finally!" the Queen shouted with relief. "Someone who can take orders correctly. Get me home immediately." The trip back to the palace seemed to take forever. After sailing back to shore to meet the Queen's guards, Nora said goodbye to Captain Morris, Professor Meyer, Olivia, Zach, and Brenda. The Queen insisted that they would be fine to make it back to the palace on their own, but Princess Lucy was worried about it, since the royal guards had been unable to stop the kidnapping in the first place. The company of Nora, Justin, and Alexander would be a great comfort to her during their travels, and the trio accepted the invitation happily. "Of course I'd be happy to make sure that you got home safely. That's part of a mission well done for us." Nora smiled at the princess's request. Besides, she thought to herself, it would be a good opportunity to keep an eye on the Queen for any other odd behavior. She couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. They were driven back to the palace by a caravan of royal guardsmen in fancy black SUVs, with 3 rows for passengers. Nora sat next to Justin in the second row, while Alexander and the princess sat in the back. The Queen sat in the front passenger row behind the driver and looked out her window, not caring to make conversation with her unwanted guests. "Does she seem off to you?" Nora whispered to her husband while the Queen was distracted.
"Not particularly."
Justin furrowed his brows as he whispered back to her.
"Probably just a long day. Plus, aren't royals usually kind of snooty?"
"Princess Lucy isn't," Nora reminded him. "I just feel like the Queen isn't usually quite this particular or standoffish."
"I don't know."
Justin shrugged.
"I'll keep an eye out for anything suspicious, though."
"Thanks, sweetie," she replied, before returning her gaze out the car window. Behind her, she could hear Princess Lucy and Alexander chatting up a storm, going over all the details of the mission and catching up on what each had missed in their time apart. It made Nora happy that her son and the princess were getting along so well. It would be good for Alexander to have someone trustworthy to talk to about these missions, besides his parents. As they pulled closer to the palace gates, the group of cars slowed so that security could clear them. The Queen huffed in her seat. "What's with the delay?"
"Just standard security protocol, Your Majesty,"
replied the driver as he handed his identification over to the palace guards. Outside the car, Nora could see swarms of paparazzi and reporters crowding the palace gates, all desperately trying to get a photo or a comment from the Queen. Her disappearance had not gone unnoticed, apparently. "I thought we were the only ones who knew the Queen was missing," Nora said to the driver. He shrugged and responded,
"The palace hadn't put out a statement yet, but word travels fast, I suppose."
Once the palace guards had succeeded at checking over the SUVs and clearing a path by the gates, they swung them open to allow the cars in.
"That took long enough,"
the Queen complained. Why was she so antsy to get back home? Certainly it had been a long day, but the obsession with the palace was making Nora suspicious of the Queen. Nora might have understood if the Queen was anxious to get home to be reunited with her security team, but the Queen expressed no such concern. They arrived at the front doors to the palace, and the Queen nearly leapt out of the car, rushing immediately to her room without acknowledging any of the servants who came to help her.
"I want to go change. Leave me alone,"
she shouted as she stormed off. Princess Lucy looked embarrassed, turning to Nora and the others to say, "I'm so sorry about that. I'm not quite sure what's gotten into my mother. She never behaves like this, but I think the kidnapping must have really rattled her. Hopefully she'll be feeling better after a shower and a rest. In the meantime, would you like to come join me inside for some tea? It's the least I can do to thank you for your hard work and bravery today."
"That's not necessary. It's our job to do that. You don't need to give us any special thanks,"
Alexander said, not wanting to inconvenience the princess. "Oh, nonsense," Princess Lucy replied with a smile. "You all went above and beyond today. Even if it is your job, you still did it with more skill and grace than most people can manage. Please, let me offer you some tea. It would be my pleasure." With that, the trio followed Princess Lucy inside of the luxurious palace, into a small sitting room. It was nice to spend some time with the princess one-on-one, and to enjoy the palace without the hustle and bustle of the party. They sat for a few hours, chatting again about the mission, but also about their lives, hobbies, and interests. Nora was quite impressed with how charming and personable the princess proved to be. She was a great host, offering a delicious array of snacks prepared by her waitstaff, along with a series of riveting stories. It wasn't too long, though, before the Queen made her return to the sitting room, refreshed but no less irritated at Nora's presence.
"Oh, you still have company,"
she grumbled to Lucy as she took a seat. "Yes, we were just chatting about our favorite movies, actually."
"How boring,"
the Queen yawned, shocking the princess and her guests.
"Mother."
The princess blushed at her mother's rudeness, but Nora was unfazed. "If you're bored by our conversation, maybe now would be a good time to discuss what happened to you today," Nora offered, eager to get more information and solve the mystery. She hadn't forgotten her run-in with the villain and longed for some piece of information that would tell her who he was, or at least why the Queen was acting so strangely. But before they could get into the details, a butler was at the door with a worried look on his face.
"I'm so sorry to interrupt, Your Highness."
He bowed toward her and Princess Lucy.
"But I'm afraid that I come bearing unfortunate news. You see, the press has been going quite wild since your disappearance. They started spreading all sorts of crazy rumors when they realized we hadn't put out a statement yet. We need to calm their wild reports, but it would appear that the Queen is going viral."
"Rumors?" the Queen gasped. "They're spreading rumors about me? They should know that spreading slander about royalty is damn near treason."
Princess Lucy tried to calm her mother down. "They'll always talk. No matter what we do, they talk about it.
so we don't even need to feed into whatever mess they're driving up on the internet. You've had quite a long journey. You need to rest. What exactly is the nature of this mess? The Queen demanded to know what was going on. She cared very much about her image, and she wouldn't stand for anyone tarnishing it. Let's just discuss this after you've sufficiently rested and had the doctors make sure you're completely okay, Princess Lucy said, approaching her mother with a hand on her shoulder. But the Queen shrugged Lucy off. Tell me at once. We will deal with it. You just need to rest. You must tell me now. I am your queen, and that is an order. Princess Lucy looked at the others pleadingly. She didn't want any of them to tell the Queen and get her even more riled up. But the Queen was stubborn. She would not let others handle something as precious as her public image. You're not my queen, Nora whispered under her breath. The Queen of England often acted like she was queen of the world, but Nora was American. They had actually rebelled against the Queen's rule a few hundred years ago. Justin gently elbowed Nora to be quiet. Nora looked at him, and he had a grin on his face, looking away. He was clearly trying to not laugh at Nora's comment. The Queen was so worked up in her own world that she didn't even notice Nora's comment. Alexander was the one who finally broke. Many is saying that you got sick at the party. Princess Lucy looked hurt that Alexander told the Queen. Him betraying her in this moment would certainly make it harder for her to trust him again. Would Alexander always align his loyalty with the Queen as her bodyguard? Would he ever put Princess Lucy first, or would he be blinded by the crown? Alexander gave Princess Lucy an apologetic look and a shrug. He felt like he had to follow the Queen's orders. Not only was she the Queen, but she was his boss, and his duty was to protect her. If she wanted to know the truth at this moment, that's what he would have to do. Princess Lucy's face hardened. She clearly did not accept Alexander's apologetic look. Princess Lucy thought that Alexander wasn't really protecting the Queen at the moment. He was riling her up after she already had a traumatic enough experience. The corner of the Queen's lips spasmed. They think I got sick? Yes, Alexander responded. Sick with what? There are various theories, Alexander explained. Alexander hesitated a moment. The Queen didn't understand his hesitation. Out with it. Well, Your Majesty, it's just that some of these descriptions are a bit graphic. Alexander turned bright red with embarrassment. The Queen rolled her eyes. I know I am Your Royal Highness, but I'm also a grown woman. I can handle it. Just tell me. Alexander couldn't bring himself to do it. Instead, he handed the Queen his phone so she could read it herself. One reporter speculated, the Queen's royal catering is in total disarray after getting the Queen sick. Many reported that the Queen seemed very sickly and faint before she ran off. She clearly got food poisoning from her own staff and had to leave the party, practically barricading herself in the bathroom. All guests at the party who ate the food should be cautious. How embarrassing that the Queen's own personal chefs have such terrible hygiene. How gross, the Queen remarked. And what slander! How can they be publishing this filthy, disgusting writing about their own Queen? The Queen continued reading. Another reporter had a different theory. Be very careful. Do not leave your house. The Queen has one of the first cases of a new near-deadly pandemic. That's why the Queen was absent. Many reported that the Queen was feverish and nearly green before she left. When she left, she began to vomit blood. Only because she has access to the best medical care in the world was she narrowly able to survive. The government does not want everyone to panic, so they are going to cover up this new deadly disease. Vomiting blood? The Queen gasped. These people have vivid, wicked imaginations. So we have to show the public that I am in complete, total, and full health. Well, Alexander gulped. Sickness was the first theory. But now there is another more prominent theory. What else do these cretins think happened? Alexander still couldn't speak about it. Keep reading, he instructed her. The Queen scrolled down. Her eyes went wide as she read a post by another reporter. The Queen was feigning sickness as a cover-up. The reason she had to run off was to have an affair with Justin Hunt. What? Justin yelped. Nora couldn't help but laugh. She knew it was rude, but the idea was so preposterous that she couldn't help but laugh. The Queen looked both embarrassed and offended. Was the idea that they were having an affair so laughable? Nora knew how the Queen had once felt about Justin, and perhaps still had some lingering feelings. How could she be so cruel and laugh in the Queen's face? Alexander was incredibly uncomfortable, hearing that people were speculating that his father was cheating on his mother with his boss. Why did he have to be the one to break the news to her? Couldn't they have had someone else here to debrief? Nora tried to stifle her laughter, knowing she was being rude. But it really was the funniest thing she had heard in a long time. She really had been spending far too much time indoors. The Queen could barely bring herself to do it, but she kept reading. Many reported that before the Queen left, she looked both giddy and guilty. She feigned illness so no one would suspect that she was leaving to have a clandestine affair with Justin Hunt. But, unlucky for her, she could not keep it entirely clandestine. We have on good sources that Justin Hunt did in fact leave America for England. We really need to silence these reporters, Justin said. Who are their sources on this garbage anyway? Are they really just making this all up out of thin air? Princess Lucy, looking at the comments herself, suddenly looked pale. Lucy read out, "The Queen did not leave the party voluntarily. She was kidnapped." They know she was kidnapped? Justin asked, surprised. How could they possibly know that? The Queen stammered. Was there a leak amongst some of those ruffians you brought in to help? See, this is why I didn't want to start telling the Queen all the rumors flying everywhere. Princess Lucy groaned. The Queen was quick to accuse the people she didn't know. None of them were ruffians, Nora insisted. Although she did not know all of them all that well, particularly Zach, she still chose them because she knew they were trustworthy. Zach was wealthy anyway, apart from his esports winnings and fame. He would have no great incentive to leak anything to the press. I don't think anyone from the team would leak it to the press. This is surely just another fabrication. Princess Lucy started to read out loud. Yes, Our Royal Highness was kidnapped from Buckingham Palace. It was not her caterers who were at fault for her absence, but her bodyguards. Princess Lucy looked directly at Alexander when she said that. Alexander caught her eye for a moment, but was so embarrassed and filled with shame that he had to turn away, pretending to scratch his head. It was his fault this all happened. He felt he should feel ashamed. At least these people know we weren't having an affair, Justin said, almost relieved that that rumor was put to rest. You must let me finish reading, Princess Lucy said. Justin gulped. What was that supposed to mean? Out with it, then, the Queen yelled. Princess Lucy continued. When the Queen went to the bathroom, she never returned, despite having one of her most trusted guards on duty. After receiving multiple reports from various witnesses of the Queen's sudden departure from the party, we have on good sources that the guard entrusted with her right before she was kidnapped happened to be none other than Justin Hunt's son. How did they know that? Alexander was incredibly embarrassed that it was known that he was the one who was responsible for the Queen at that moment. This reporter clearly had some good sources. Who is this reporter that seems to be stalking me? The Queen scoffed. I demand we have him taken in immediately to get his sources and to silence him forever. Princess Lucy continued reading from the reporter's post. Why is it so important that it is Justin Hunt's son? Because the Queen and Mr. Hunt are having an affair. But it was not Mr. Hunt who kidnapped the Queen. The Queen, of course, would have gone completely willingly along with Mr. Hunt. He would not need to kidnap someone who is in love with him. So who would kidnap the Queen at this moment? Disgruntled by her husband's salacious affair, it was none other than Nora Smith, the mother of the bodyguard on duty at the time of the Queen's kidnapping, who snatched the Queen away. Everybody gasped, except Nora, who burst into laughter once again. This was the funniest thing she had ever heard. Not only did they think Justin was actually cheating on her with the Queen, but they somehow got the preposterous idea that Nora herself was a disgruntled woman kidnapping the other woman in the affair. These reporters might have a better career as comedians. Everybody in the room turned bright red at Nora's laughter. Surely she was only further igniting the Queen's complete hatred for her, but Nora couldn't help herself. The Queen simmered at every peal of Nora's laughter. This was an incredibly serious situation where her life, reputation, and dignity was on the line, and Nora just scoffed at it like she couldn't care less. What made her so important that she laughed at the Queen's misfortune? Alexander gently elbowed Nora in the side. "Contain yourself, Mum." Even if the reporter was making baseless accusations, it was concerning that the reporter did somehow know that Alexander was the one on guard. That reporter was clearly knowledgeable in many ways and had sources on the inside, or was perhaps even inside themselves. In trying to silence Nora, Princess Lucy cleared her throat and started reading again. "There's more." Nora took some deep breaths and pulled herself back together, letting Lucy speak again. "The Queen was returned this morning by Justin Hunt. He found where Nora had taken the Queen, bested Nora, and all of them returned to Buckingham Palace. There do not seem to be any major injuries, so perhaps Justin was able to convince both of his women to come back to their senses." Nora couldn't believe that she was being portrayed as this jilted, hysterical woman. If Nora didn't find it so hilarious, she would be really upset about it. Princess Lucy kept reading. "The Queen will likely not punish Nora Smith because she does not want to draw further attention to both the affair and the fact that Nora Smith was able to kidnap her, as it would point to failings in her security. It is unclear if the son that was on guard will keep his job or be punished in any way." Alexander gulped at that. It was right that he still wasn't sure if the Queen would keep him on as a bodyguard. Even if Alexander was not an accomplice to his mother, as the reporter accused, he was still responsible for her going missing. How Nora found out about the affair is still unclear, but it is likely that her son told her, given his alliance with her over his own father. The Queen was practically steaming in anger. "This garbage is completely unacceptable. We must tell everyone that it is a total fabrication and set the record straight. I cannot bear to have this in the public even a moment longer. I will give a national address myself." Princess Lucy spoke up. "Mother, you are not in the right state of mind to speak to the people just yet." Princess Lucy turned to Alexander. "See, this is why I didn't want to tell her in the first place. She needs to be resting, and now she's going to be completely unable to rest until this is settled. Plus, no one will believe this garbage. It's just rumors we can deny, as we always do." Alexander picked up the paper and pointed to something none of them can easily deny. A picture of them escorting the disheveled Queen back to the palace. The Queen gasped as the others looked in silence. Alexander spoke with a firm voice. "I respect your wishes to keep your mother healthy, but this misinformation is an issue of national security." "I'll talk to the press," Nora said softly. "You want to speak to them?" Justin asked, surprised by Nora's sudden eagerness. Nora nodded. I can handle it. You really want to speak to the public, Mum? Alexander asked. I thought you were retired and wanted to protect your peace and quiet now. Speaking to the press is probably the opposite of peace and quiet. You've already done enough in saving the Queen. It's what I must do. It wouldn't make sense for anyone else to talk to them, Nora replied. Peace and quiet was nice for a few years, but it's gotten a bit boring. Justin looked at his wife with some surprise. He tried not to take it personally, but the word boring repeated in his head. Nora was relieved to have finally admitted that she was actually happy to be out of her retirement. She was still quite young, and a few years of being glued to a television screen, waiting for her children to call her, had been enough for her. Nora was certainly tired. She desperately needed a nap at the moment. But if life out in the world meant that she would have to forgo a few naps here and there, she would accept, yawning through it. Are you sure you want to do this? Justin asked. The reporters are going to be ruthless. I just fought robot snakes. You really think I can't handle a few annoying reporters? Nora said with a smile. The corner of Justin's lips spasmed. That's why he loved Nora. She was the most capable person he ever knew, and she always found a way to smile through it all. It had been nice having her home these past few years to let them really nest together after years of such a tumultuous relationship. But he should be happy to see her doing important things in the world again. And look at the way it made her smile. How could he not want to keep seeing Nora smile? That would be great, Princess Lucy chirped. That way, my mother can rest and we can have her fully checked by the doctors while you handle the situation. Everyone looked at the Queen. Everybody was on board to have Nora speak, but ultimately they needed the Queen's approval. The Queen narrowed her eyes. She didn't quite trust Nora. Obviously, Nora had just risked her life in an underwater secret base to rescue her, but the Queen still didn't feel like Nora had the Queen's best interests at heart. Perhaps Nora just wanted to clear her own name and didn't want to help the Queen. Nora, sensing the Queen's trepidation, wanted to put her at ease. I'm doing it because they're talking about me and my family. I want to set the record straight for all of us. Nora knew the Queen would be suspicious of such generosity when the Queen thought that Nora didn't like her. So Nora wanted to emphasize that she was also involved in these rumors. The Queen would understand Nora wanting to defend herself more than wanting to defend the Queen's honor. And that did seem to put the Queen at ease. All right then, Nora will speak, the Queen said coldly. Everyone smiled, happy that the Queen was willing to go along with it. But, the Queen added, I will not go off and rest just yet. I will be watching the press conference, and I will be ready to go on stage myself if needed. The Queen didn't have to say what she really meant, but everyone understood. If Nora embarrassed the Queen, she would immediately boot her off the stage and set the record straight herself. I'll make the arrangements, Princess Lucy said. Within 30 minutes, a press conference was arranged in one of the rooms in the palace. This place was a well-oiled machine, and all reporters were already waiting outside the palace anyway to get the story. The reporters were excited, gabbing with each other. Do you really think the Queen was just sick? Why would the palace be so keen on hiding the truth until now? I don't believe Nora is capable of kidnapping the Queen. What are you talking about? Nora Smith is obviously the Queen's captor. There's nothing like a woman scorned. The Queen will set the record straight immediately. Princess Lucy hadn't told everyone who would be speaking today. Many just assumed the Queen herself would be speaking. One of the press secretaries walked on stage and spoke into the microphone behind the podium. The reporters in the crowd hushed to a silence. The press secretary spoke. Thank you all for gathering here today so that we can address the rumors about the recent incident. The reporters all started recording and taking notes. They were eager to hear the scoop. "Please welcome," the press secretary stated. All the reporters braced themselves to stand for the Queen entering. "Ms. Nora Smith." Murmurs erupted throughout the room as the press secretary walked off and Nora took the stage. The reporters whispered to each other. Nora Smith, so the cheating rumor is true. They would really let the Queen's kidnapper speak at the conference? She must be here to confess her crimes. Wow, a public confession. This is going to be quite the story. Nora took the stage, standing upright and confident. She spoke clearly. "I am here to address the rumors circulating about what happened at the tea party. The Queen was not sick with some mysterious illness." The reporters whispered to each other. "I knew the Queen wasn't sick, so Nora really did kidnap her." Nora continued. "The Queen left the party because she had some emergency negotiations she needed to take care of." When Nora said the cover-up, the reporters all gasped. The reporters had mixed reactions that they whispered to each other. "I knew there wasn't anything nefarious going on. Why were we fueling these rumors against the Queen?" "Nora is clearly lying. Don't be so gullible." Nora added, "We cannot disclose the content of these emergency negotiations, but they were of the utmost importance, and she could not wait until after the party ended. We did not want to have to tell everyone that this negotiation was taking place, and only have to do so now to end the rumors that the press is circulating." One disgruntled reporter bust out, "You're covering up your own actions. You kidnapped her and now you're all hiding it." The corner of Nora's lips spasmed. "I didn't kidnap her." The disgruntled reporter didn't buy it for a second. "Obviously you need to say that to protect yourself." Nora remained calm, even when this reporter yelled at her. "I have proof." "If you could please turn your attention to the monitor," Nora asked the gaggles of reporters as she nodded to the projectionist. The reporters were clearly skeptical as they talked amongst themselves. But the lights in the conference room began to dim as Nora stepped aside from the podium, excited for the real show to begin. Everyone sat in the darkness for a moment. Behind the scenes, the Queen turned to Justin in anger and yelled, "What does she think she's doing?" Justin held up his hand to calm the Queen. "Your Majesty, just trust her. She knows what she's doing." "If she makes this worse, I'll want her head on a pike," the Queen said. It made Justin laugh, like it was still something she was allowed to do as the Queen. Somehow, her kidnapping had convinced her she was the Queen in the 1800s, not modern day. Princess Lucy attempted to soothe the Queen. "I promise it will all be okay, Queen." Of course, no one in the room had any clue what evidence Nora could possibly have. They all knew she was in the States when the crime was committed. But knowing his mother, Alexander knew she must have found a way to bring in convincing evidence. The team snapped their eyes back to the monitor of the conference room when an image appeared on the screen behind Nora. "So what we'll see here is that the technology is actually able to morph as it learns from its own mistakes," Nora said in the video playing on the screen. Justin recognized it instantly as the Stav University campus, specifically the Quantum Technologies Lecture Hall. He was immediately transported back to time he had spent with his now wife when she was attending Stav. But he looked at the date on the bottom corner of the screen, just as a reporter was noticing the same thing. "It's dated the same day the Queen was kidnapped," the reporter called out. Another added, "And at the same time." Sure enough, the date and time on the video lined up exactly with when the Tea Party kidnapping would have occurred. Nora smirked from the sidelines of the press conference. Certainly the gossip mill couldn't spin such clear footage. Even from the back room, Justin was confused. He knew it couldn't have been Nora. She was cuddled up to him on their couch in America, watching a bad action movie when the Queen was kidnapped. Nora's voice and image continued her lecture. If we were able to harness this ability to all of our technologies, we would no longer need to ask humans to do the job of technology, giving us more free time to spend with our loved ones. The room was filled with students listening intently to Nora speak. In the front row, a student had their full attention on Nora's engaging lecture. The image was so convincing that Justin's mouth was hanging open in disbelief. But somehow, a part of him thought Nora must have been capable of teleportation at this point, because the woman on the screen looked so much like his wife. And Justin sure did love to hear his wife speak so intelligently. Even Alexander was convinced. It must have been Nora. But he knew it couldn't have been. She was sleeping peacefully at home when he flew back to the States to seek her help in locating the Queen after she was kidnapped.
Dad? How?
Justin squinted at the image. He wasn't sure how to reassure his son when he didn't even have an explanation for himself. Instead, all he could offer was a shrug.
None of us ever know what Nora is really up to, but we have to trust her,
Justin reminded his son as he gave him a reassuring pat on the arm. It was important that Nora not only clear her own name, but Justin and Alexander's as well. If the rumors continued to swirl, Alexander would almost certainly lose his position as the Queen's bodyguard. In the conference room, every pair of eyes was glued to the screen as Nora's lecture continued. It was such an impressive speech that it was hard to believe that anyone else could have given it. But still, the crowd was so surprised that she could have been at Stav when the Queen was supposedly being kidnapped. And Nora loved watching their confused faces as she showed her evidence.
It had to be fake, one reporter called out. We can't even see her face that clearly.
The room filled with murmurs from the disgruntled reporters, confused by how their sources could have been wrong. The Queen turned to Justin and whispered, "If she does not cut this lying out, I will be forced to take her off the stage."
You have to trust her, Your Majesty. She's doing her job, just as you asked,
Justin reassured her. He was thrilled to watch his wife back in action. Of course, a part of him would miss their downtime, but it was a thrill to be back in the field with her. "She is going to ruin my reputation," the Queen insisted.
Justin smirked. "No, Your Majesty. She's going to save it."
"If this is fake and she is found out, the press will never let it go. She's lying to them on my podium," the Queen continued. Alexander said, "With all due respect, Your Majesty, my mother, Nora Smith, will not let us down. Not now, not ever." In the conference room, Nora called out, "Enhance the image." After a moment, the image zoomed in and at first appeared pixelated, but after a second, it cleared to reveal a crystal-clear image of Nora's face. It was perfect. No one could have challenged that it was her.
"It's impossible," a reporter called out.
Every movement of her body, every line on her face, was an exact match to the Nora that stood before the crowd. Another reporter yelled, "Stop these rumors, it's clearly her." Even in the back room, the Queen, Justin, Alexander, and Princess Lucy had to admit that it must have been Nora Smith. But how could she have done it? The crowd was shocked, jaws on the floor as the video of Nora finished. She couldn't help but smile at their silly faces. She felt proud of the work she had done. Scanning her eyes across the room, Nora knew she had cleared her family's name. As the light came on in the conference room, the dozens of reporters threw up their hands to ask questions. But before they could ask her anything, Nora began, "As you can see, I was nowhere near the palace on the night of the party. My hope is that you'll see these rumors are not true." A reporter with his hand up asked,
"How were you able to give such a stunning lecture so last minute?"
With a smirk, Nora replied, "I have expertise in hundreds of topics. My knowledge is boundless and able to be utilized at any given time."
"She's amazing," a reporter said.
She continued, "It is plain to see that this is in fact me. You can hear it in my voice. As you sit here, can you not see that it is an exact image of the woman who stands before you here?" The reporters in the room all nodded, agreeing that Nora must be innocent of all her alleged crimes.
"But how do we know you didn't make it up?"
a reporter called from the back of the room. Nora laughed. How could they still not believe such a smart woman? But she wasn't one to turn down a challenge, especially when she still had minds to convince.
"You could have just edited the video. You are wealthy enough to pay an expert to doctor this video. We can't be certain," the same reporter complained.
Nora had been ready for there to be doubters and had come prepared with all the evidence she could need. If you'll notice, there are hundreds of students in this lecture hall who witnessed my speech. Feel free to reach out to any of them for confirmation. But if you don't want to wait to do that, here, you can see the posts they made to their own social media accounts," Nora said as she looked back to the screen behind her. Sure enough, images of social media feeds popped up. They had tagged Nora's account and were raving about how engaging and magnificent the lecture was. Nora was proud of herself. She had pulled it off and managed to save the day once again. "It's undeniable," a reporter called out. There was a murmur of agreement through the crowd as Nora beamed at her success. "Thank you for your time, ladies and gentlemen," Nora said before walking off the stage and heading back to her family. She wouldn't be able to get this smile off of her face for weeks. Once again, she had protected her family. Alexander would keep his job, and everyone would be assured he was a trustworthy bodyguard. Maybe he could even earn Princess Lucy's trust back. Justin and Nora's marriage was safe from cruel speculation of an affair, and they could return to a more private life if they chose. Nora was free from this potentially career-ending rumor, though she would have been one of the very few people, which included her husband, who could have kidnapped the Queen from inside the palace without alerting the guards. Nora would never have done such a thing. Up until this mission, she had been quite enjoying her time as a retiree. But not anymore. Now she was craving adventure. Plus, she knew she was one of the only people who could locate the Queen's true kidnapper. And they still desperately needed to solve that mystery before they could rest easy.
"Well done, honey,"
Justin said as he brought Nora in for a hug, breaking her from her trance. Alexander joins their hug and says, "Seriously, Mum, you did a great job." From her chair, the Queen said,
"You did fine."
Nora, humble as always, looked to the Queen and nodded. "Thank you, Your Majesty. I was happy to clear up the rumors." "The articles are already coming in," Princess Lucy hollered while looking at her phone. "What do they say?" Alexander asked. With a smile, Lucy began to read the headlines. "Nora Smith, international super spy, clears her name in alleged kidnapping of the Queen. Former spy Nora Smith sets the record straight on husband's untrue affair." Justin raised a hand to high-five his wife. It meant the world to him that his wife would work so hard to clear his name, and she looked so beautiful doing it. Nora smiled, pleased with her work, as the team congratulated her. She watched as Princess Lucy hugged Alexander. "How did you know you would need the video?" Alexander asked, hoping to continue learning from his mum. "I knew they would suspect I had kidnapped the Queen. The media loves to blame an angry woman," Nora explained. The Queen butted in. "You revealed too much." Nora whipped her head around, shocked that the Queen was somehow still ungrateful for all of their work. But since the kidnapping, the Queen had been far more snooty than Nora remembered. Of course, the Queen had always been prissy, but something had changed. Though Nora knew it had been a long time since she saw the Queen, part of her knew that this wasn't just a growing pain. "Your Majesty, I was just clearing my own family's name. Surely you can understand the need to do that?" Nora asked. It was clear the royal family had dirt of its own after the ransom letter they had received. And to find the kidnapper, Nora would need to figure out what those secrets were and who would benefit from them leaking to the public. "Well, I think it is your duty to protect my security," the Queen said, crossing her arms like an angry child. Justin shook his head.
"Queen, we have done our service and we're happy to do so. We're going to get to the bottom of this."
"I don't even feel safe here anymore," the Queen yelled. But before Nora could reply, her phone rang from her pocket. With a smile, she picked up the phone and said, "Hello?" Through the phone, a voice asked, "Did it work?" Everyone in the room tilted their heads. Who could Nora have asked for help from that wouldn't be standing right here? "It did. Good work, sweetheart," Nora said. Justin walked closer and immediately recognized Cheryl's voice through the phone. He hadn't been as good about staying in touch with her as he would have liked, so he was thrilled to hear her voice. Nora put the phone on speaker and said, "Cheryl, you're on speaker now."
"How did you know about the evidence before we did?" Justin asked, before adding, "How are you, sweetie? How's school?" Nora rolled her eyes. Justin was a sweet father, so concerned with his daughter's well-being, but now was not the time for familial banter. "Well, Mum asked for my help," Cheryl said through the phone. From her apartment, Cheryl beamed with pride over her ability to help with the mission. She wished she had more time to have helped with the mission, but her classes and lab time were keeping her booked for weeks. With a proud smile, Nora answered Justin's question. Cheryl gave the lecture. The room gave a collective gasp. Although Alexander and Justin could easily understand how Cheryl could have given such an excellent lecture, Princess Lucy had a hard time imagining anyone would be able to explain such a complicated topic other than Nora. "How is that possible?" Princess Lucy questioned. "My daughter is a world-renowned quantum technician. Our family is the smartest family living." Justin bragged about his daughter and his other children. Cheryl had been accepted to Harvard far earlier than her peers and had excelled in all of her classes. Her research in the labs was almost certainly going to change the world, but she had remained fairly unknown to anyone outside of the spy world. "I don't believe it," the Queen commented from her chair, arms still crossed. She had a hard time believing she could be so easily deceived right under her own nose. Through the phone, Cheryl said, "Your Majesty, I have studied this topic since I was very young, under Nora's supervision." It was nearly impossible for the Queen to imagine they could look similar enough to fool so many people. The Queen shook her head. "How could she look so much like you?" Nora shrugged. "We have been confused as sisters for years now." "Hasn't she aged wonderfully?"
Justin said about his wife's beauty. She was just as gorgeous now as she was the day they first met. Waving off his words, the Queen continued to question them. "But you have been with your team. How did you arrange for this?" "I'd like to know that too," Alexander questioned as he sat down. Nora stepped to the center of the room and began to explain. "Well, once we knew the Queen had likely been kidnapped, I immediately figured out that whoever was responsible would try to pin it on the team that rescued her." Justin nodded.
"So you reached out to Cheryl to protect yourself?"
"Exactly," Nora said. "I put her on a flight to Stav and had her perform the guest lecture as me. The students there believe they saw Nora Smith speak on quantum technology, but in fact, It was my brilliant daughter. Once the recording was completed, we sent the footage to Zach and had him add a timestamp and a date marker. Mum recorded a voiceover to compensate for our slightly different voices. The Queen whined. But how does it look like she said the words herself? Zach is a very skilled computer genius who knows how to sync our voices perfectly, Nora explained. What if the world finds out I allowed fake evidence to be shown from my press conference? The Queen questioned. It was a fair point. After all, it would likely be the Queen's reputation that would be harmed by putting out false information and claiming it was real. But Nora had already thought about this possibility. But it isn't false information, because I wasn't your kidnapper, and neither was my husband or my son. How can we know that? The Queen questioned, a dark look in her eyes. Alexander felt defensive. How dare she question his family's integrity? He answered, Your Majesty, my parents were in the States. Besides, you are the only person who knows who kidnapped you. The Queen lifted her nose and looked out a window. Well, I can't remember anyway. Cheryl said from the phone. Right, so it's best that at least someone close to you has been cleared so we can continue to hunt for your kidnapper. Still upset with Nora, the Queen grew angrier. But if you knew these rumors were going to spread, how could you do nothing to stop them? Nora smiled. She knew everything played out just as it needed to. Justin looked at his wife, who waited to answer the question. She was looking at Alexander. Was it another test for their son? Alexander stood up. Because if rumors were spread, we would know someone close to you was trying to spread them. How could that be true? The Queen yelled as she stood from her chair. Nora added, Newspapers are required to verify their sources internally, even if their sources never see the light of day. Which means, in order to publish any of these stories, someone inside the palace would have had to tell them it was true. The Queen shook her head. No. No one from my team would betray me by spreading cruel rumors about my health or personal life. Cheryl argued, Well, it seems you have a leak. The Queen began to pace back and forth, shocked by the news. She had been so careful to keep a trustworthy circle around. How could someone have betrayed her like this? Justin watched as the Queen paced around the room, her movements becoming more frantic. It wasn't the first time the palace had a leak to the press, so he was confused why she was taking this one so hard. Nora was confused as well. She didn't remember her kidnappers, but was also unable to understand her true position. But as the Queen approached Nora, she snapped out of it and stared at the Queen. Yes, Your Majesty? Nora asked. Just as she was about to speak, the Queen's feet fell out from under her, and her eyes began to close. Nora reached out and caught the Queen just before she could slip to the ground as she lost consciousness. Mother! Princess Lucy yelped, watching the Queen fall into Nora's arms. Nora raised her eyebrows. She wasn't all that shocked that the Queen was fainting after such a traumatic experience, but she was incredibly shocked that the Queen would fall into her arms. She figured the Queen would rather fall right to the cold, hard floor than have Nora catch her. But when you're fainting, you don't have much control. What's happened to her? Prince Lucy screamed, tears beginning to flood her eyes. Without even thinking, Alexander put his arm around Princess Lucy and pulled her in to cry on his shoulder. My mum's got her, don't worry. She's the best doctor in the world, Alexander cooed, trying to calm down Princess Lucy. Alexander, however, was just as panicked, only hiding it better for Lucy's sake. Alexander looked at Nora with his eyes raised, trying to get a read on the situation. Nora gently lowered the Queen to the floor, feeling her pulse on her neck. She's breathing normally and her pulse is steady, Nora explained calmly. She's merely fainted, likely from all the stress building up in the past day. As Nora lowered the Queen to the floor, Princess Lucy left Alexander's embrace to go kneel by her mother's side. Only when Princess Lucy walked away did Alexander even fully notice that his arm had been around her. He suddenly felt awkward, like he didn't know what to do with his arm now that Lucy wasn't wrapped in it. Princess Lucy grabbed the Queen's hand. "Wake up, Mummy," Princess Lucy said softly, tears streaming down her face. "Please, wake up." Now that Lucy wasn't looking at him, Alexander was free to panic. He was shaking his head, feeling like all of this was his fault. He had been so happy he had rescued her from the underwater base, but she was clearly still being affected by what had happened there. Was this all psychological, or had they done something to her? The Queen's eyelids began to flutter. "She's waking up," Princess Lucy said with a beaming smile, wiping away tears. "Open your eyes, Mum." The Queen's eyes fully opened, but looked rather vacant. She stared at Lucy with a peculiar expression. "Will you please contain yourself?" the Queen said with a bitter taste in her mouth. "You're making quite the scene of all this, aren't you?" Princess Lucy wiped her eyes. "I'm so glad you're awake. I thought... Princess Lucy couldn't bring herself to say it, but she thought her mother had died right there. "Please, take a mint, or at least stop breathing in my face," the Queen said with a grimace, pushing Princess Lucy away as the Queen tried to sit up. Nora touched her back gently, helping her. "Take it easy. I'd like to bring you for a full medical examination," Nora said. Nora knew the answer would surely be no. The Queen disliked her and had her own top-notch medical team. Surely she would want to see her trusted doctors and not have to spend any more time with Nora, particularly in such a vulnerable position. "All right, take me to the medical ward," the Queen said softly. Nora looked at Justin. Both of them were pleasantly surprised, but neither said anything, not wanting to scare the Queen off when she had agreed. "We'll get you over." Justin walked over to help Nora get the Queen up. Nora looked at Alexander. "Get us a wheelchair." Alexander nodded and scurried off. He would take any order to help the Queen, wanting to right what he felt was his own wrongdoing. A while later, Princess Lucy sat by the Queen's bed while she relaxed in the medical ward. Or was supposed to relax, which she just couldn't. "Are we done by now?" the Queen groaned. "You know, I never noticed this before, but this room is quite drab. Remind me to get them to redecorate here so it has a more sophisticated look." While she had been compliant before, her patience was severely waning as she waited for Nora to look through the results of her tests. Nora did just about every test imaginable. There was nothing wrong with the Queen, but because she had no memory about whether her kidnappers did something to her, Nora had to check everything. "That Nora is so slow," the Queen complained. There was the usual Queen, always finding a way to make a dig at Nora. At that moment, Nora stood outside the door, so she heard the comment. Nora wondered if the Queen had only allowed Nora to examine her so that she could criticize her. Nora took a deep breath and entered the room. "Finally! What were you doing all this time? Watching paint dry?" the Queen sneered. "Or do you just get some thrill out of making me wait here for you like an invalid? I feel totally fine now." "Clearly your temperament has returned to normal," Nora said with a smirk. The Queen narrowed her eyes. "Out with it then," the Queen said. "What did you find?" Nora looked over a few charts in her hand. "Everything is normal. Nothing on the tests shows anything abnormal or any reason to think your kidnappers did anything to you." "That's wonderful," Princess Lucy chirped. "I'm so glad you're all right, Mother. I don't know what I would do if they had done something to you." "So why did I faint then?" the Queen said. "It was likely caused by something psychological," Nora said. "Oh, You're saying I'm so crazy that I made myself faint? The Queen asked, annoyed that Nora would accuse her of having some issues with her psychology. I'm not saying that at all, Nora corrected. Nora pulled up a chair and sat down so she could be on the same level as the Queen. Perhaps that would put her more at ease. I'm saying that you have had an incredibly stressful couple of days. Your body was responding to the stress in a normal way. You shouldn't feel ashamed that your body responded that way, Nora said, being ever so patient with a woman who ridicules her. But that's the type of woman Nora was. She would help even those who would not help her. So I can get out of here? The Queen asked. Yes, you're free to leave, but please take it easy, and let me know if you feel anything out of the ordinary. Nora turned to Princess Lucy. Let's give your mother some space while she gets changed. Princess Lucy nodded and followed after Nora. They walked out together, closing the door behind them. Princess Lucy was surprised to find Justin and Alexander waiting outside the room. Nora pulled Lucy in close and said urgently, "We need to discuss who the kidnapper is." They had been so busy with everything else that they hadn't had time to properly assess who the kidnapper was. After all, he got away. Finding him and stopping him from doing anything else was imperative. Who knew what he was planning? You're right, Alexander agreed. We need to stop whoever it is before they can strike again. We got lucky this time that the Queen was okay. We might not get lucky when they strike again. Let's go somewhere private to discuss, Nora said. I know just the place, Princess Lucy responded. Princess Lucy took them to a secret meeting room. Even Alexander hadn't known about it. Once they were secure in the private room, Nora spoke. So, what does everyone think? Alexander spoke first. I have been racking my brain this whole time. I think it has to be someone from within the royal palace. You think it was an inside job? Princess Lucy asked, eyebrows raised. The way the Queen was kidnapped, it had to be someone with intimate knowledge of the palace. They were able to enter the palace without anyone becoming aware, track and wait until the Queen was finally alone, broke into the bathroom through some clandestine means, and take the Queen back out of the palace. Our security is tight, tightest in the world. They had to have intimate knowledge. Are you only saying that because you really can't imagine how somebody could get past you? Lucy sneered. The blood rushed to Alexander's face. He turned bright red. No, he said, a little bit too loud. Realizing he accidentally had an outburst, he repeated himself quieter. No, I'm just seriously analysing the situation and the knowledge the kidnapper had to have of our security system. This is Buckingham Palace. The intruder was able to enter during a highly attended party with absolutely zero reports from any security or any guests on anything peculiar. I was outside the door and heard not a peep while they kidnapped the Queen. Who do you think it is specifically? Alexander scratched his chin. That I've been trying to work out. I do have one suspect. Who? Lucy demanded, curious. Ben Martin, Alexander gulped. But I'm really not sure. I don't want to start a witch hunt. Who is that? Nora asked. Is that the one with the moustache? Lucy asked. Alexander nodded. He does have a strange vibe, Lucy said, thinking about it. He's the head of security during events, Alexander explained. While I'm her personal bodyguard, it's Ben's job to secure the palace when we have invited guests. He would certainly have the knowledge, as you said, Justin commented. What's the motive? Nora asked. I heard him have an argument with the Queen 1 week ago, Alexander said. An argument? About what? Lucy asked. That I'm not sure of. The Queen had me wait outside while her and Ben spoke. I could hear that it got pretty heated. He slammed the door when he exited before pulling himself together when he saw me. As he walked away, I noticed he met up with another guard and started whispering to him about something when they both snuck glances back at me. Do you think maybe what they argued about could be the secret that the ransom note wanted us to share? Lucy asked. That's very likely, Alexander responded. We should figure out his whereabouts during the kidnapping and while we went to the base. Everyone nodded. While that's an interesting theory, I don't think one barely heard argument is grounds for a conviction, Princess Lucy said. My mother argues with just about everyone, although most don't have the gall to argue back. So who do you think it is? Alexander asked. My mother has many foreign enemies from across the world, Lucy started. There are networks of foreign leaders and adversaries who would love to have my mother's head on a spike. But it's important to note that her kidnappers didn't kill her, Alexander responded. Yes, it was somebody who wanted the truth, and I suspect it was Empress Hedonia.
The ruler of Fernova?
Justin asked. Fernova was a small island nation in the Mediterranean. While they were not the most large or powerful country in the world, they controlled much of the trade in the region because of their strategic location between Europe, the Middle East, and Africa. That would be damn near a declaration of war, Alexander exclaimed. While the nation may be small, I know very well that they make up for it with highly skilled spies and assassins. They have always been crawling all over this palace, Lucy said. I know the Queen was supposed to have a meeting with Empress Sidonia, their first meeting in nearly a decade after the Empress snubbed the Queen.
What happened to the meeting?
Alexander asked. The Empress cancelled it last minute, and the Queen was very upset, Lucy said quietly.
I hear that a civil war is brewing in Fernova,
Justin said, always keeping up with international politics.
It's rumored that one of the generals, Leander Derenites, might be building up to a coup against her after the Empress exiled another general who she didn't like.
This Empress sure seems volatile, Alexander commented. Rulers of nations always are, Nora said smugly, thinking of all the Queen's biting comments she had endured over the years. I know my mother might be a bit critical, but she's never exiled anyone, Lucy said, defending her mother. Now, obviously, I don't believe that the Empress herself was the one who kidnapped my mother, but I do believe she may have been behind it. Her team of spies and assassins is to be feared. I'm sure you're familiar with the Fernova Shadow.
Of course, Nora said. They are quite dangerous, world-renowned.
But I don't think it was them,
Justin commented. Oh, you don't? Then who? Lucy asked. Justin broke the silence.
Gerald Peterson.
From the food company, Grocerite? Alexander asked.
Alexander, you reported that Gerald Peterson was vying for the Queen's attention, but she kept ignoring him,
Justin said. Yeah, I did notice that, Alexander agreed.
Grocerite is doing some rather experimental research. Gerald Peterson is quite the intelligent man. I could see him being the mastermind behind the technology at the base,
Justin explained. That's a good point, Alexander said, impressed with his father's reasoning. Not only would whoever kidnapped the Queen have to be highly skilled to get into Buckingham Palace, but it must be someone who was capable of building an underwater base with robotic guards without anyone even noticing.
Exactly. I'm doubtful that Ben, the head of event security, is able to do that, at least not on his own. For Nova, now I would believe that they could build something like that, but it would be difficult to do so close to England's shores,
Justin explained.
I know that Grocerite has been doing research into hydroponics, so they could have used that as the guise for building the base.
Everyone looked impressed. That seemed convincing. Nora, what do you think? Lucy asked. I think you're all missing a big piece of the puzzle,
Nora replied.
What piece is that?
Justin asked. With that, Nora pulled out something from her pocket. They all gasped as she held it out in front of them. A robotic snake.
Ah!
Lucy screamed at the sight of the snake. She involuntarily jumped behind Alexander, putting her hands on his shoulders for protection.
You've had one this whole time,
Alexander yelped. It's been disabled. Nora laughed at their fear. Oh, thank heavens, Lucy said, coming back out from behind Alexander. I'm terribly afraid of snakes. Anything that looks the same at the top as it does at the bottom can't be trusted. What awful creatures.
Wow, you took one from the underwater base?
Justin asked, impressed. The corner of Nora's lips spasmed. I wanted a souvenir. Justin loved her because even in the most stressful situations, Nora was always thinking ahead and had a great attitude about it. We need to have this sent to our laboratory and have every single part examined, Lucy exclaimed, excited about having a tangible piece of evidence. I have already examined one key part of this while I was in the underwater base, Nora started. What did you find? Alexander asked, excited. The insignia is right at the heart of it, Nora said. Look. Nora pointed to the belly of the robotic beast that she had ripped open when she was fighting the other snakes underwater. The others all gathered in close to look inside the snake. VT? Lucy asked.
Velos technology,
Justin said, putting it together. Velos technology? Alexander exclaimed. Max Kensington, the head of Velos Technology, was in attendance at the tea party. And he had his robot with him. Of course, he's someone capable of making such incredible technology. But why would he be so stupid as to just leave his insignia behind? Princess Lucy asked. That's a good question, Nora said, impressed. The insignia is only in the inside of the snake, at its very heart. Surely nobody would have expected any of the snakes to be destroyed. They're nearly indestructible. Nearly? Lucy asked. Well, how did you open up this one? I was only able to break it using another snake, Nora explained. We need the lab to examine this type of metal as it is very unique. Even my strongest tools couldn't break it open.
Whoa,
Justin said, impressed. Justin and Lucy, Nora started, I want you two to interview the tea party guests. I want to know Max Kensington's whereabouts for the entire party. Start with whomever you like.
And what will I do?
Alexander asked, feeling left out. You'll see, Nora responded. Lucy knew the first person she wanted to talk to who was at the party. Lucy pressed the doorbell of a mansion. Even Justin looked up at the tasteful yet massive mansion and felt a little underdressed. This place was the definition of glamour. A butler answered the door.
Who do I have the pleasure of?
The butler started, before he saw Princess Lucy standing at the doorstep. He stammered when he noticed her and bowed.
Princess Lucy, Your Royal Highness, it is the highest honor to have you here.
Thank you, Princess Lucy curtsied. This is Justin Hunt of the Hunt Corporation. He is a close friend of the Crown.
Justin Hunt?
The butler was wowed.
It is an honor. Please, come in.
The butler led them into an extravagant entrance room. The place was practically dipped in gold. Lucy found it a bit too extravagant, but Justin liked the flair.
I hope you don't find this distasteful of me to say, but I must say, we have had a lot of distinguished guests at Minica Mansion, but none, quite as exciting as the two of you.
The butler gushed. And what an interesting pair you are.
Please let me know how I can be of assistance.
Well, thank you for having us and for being so gracious.
Princess Lucy said with a polite smile. You could see how well-trained her manners were. What is your name, sir?
My name? My name?
The butler clearly didn't expect the princess to ask him. He was used to people ignoring him entirely.
Call me Jenkins.
Thank you, Jenkins. Is Miss Miniker available? Princess Lucy asked.
She is by the pool doing a photo shoot for a magazine, but I am positive she will make the time for you, Princess.
Jenkins led them through the rest of the extravagant house to the backyard. Alice Miniker, the actress, had a massive pool. She was busy lounging in a pool chair on the side of the pool in a gorgeous flowing dress, while a whole team of people led a photo shoot. The photographer snapped pictures of her, telling her what a fabulous job she was doing. Everyone turned when Princess Lucy and Justin entered. A look of shock and awe came across all of their faces when they realized who it was. Alice raised her eyebrows when she noticed them.
Alice, eyes over here, the photographer demanded.
You're being quite impolite to the princess, Alice said. The photographer turned to see Princess Lucy. He turned bright red as he babbled apologies.
I'm sorry, I'm so sorry.
No worries at all, Princess Lucy responded as she and Justin walked closer to Alice. If it wouldn't be such a bother, could we borrow Miss Miniker for a moment?
Of course, all the time you need, the photographer said.
An absolute pleasure to have you, Princess, and Alice hesitated, looking at Justin.
Justin Hunt of Hunt Corporation. Thank you for interrupting your work for us.
No problem. I was bored out of my mind at this shoot anyway. They never give me anything inspiring. Why don't we have a chat over there? Lucy pointed to a small gazebo in the backyard where none of the crew was by.
Sounds lovely.
The three walked over to the gazebo. Alice was still in the gorgeous dress from the photo shoot. Princess Lucy couldn't believe how glamorous this woman was. She looked just as beautiful in real life as she did in the movies.
Now, what is it that a princess needs from little old me?
Alice asked with a smile. We want to ask you a few questions about the royal tea party, Lucy responded. Did you notice anything out of the ordinary?
Just about every man at the tea party, especially those with wives, couldn't stop staring at me, Alice responded. But that's not out of the ordinary for me.
She thought a few seconds longer before adding, Certainly we were all confused when the Queen suddenly disappeared with a few hours still left at the party. But as was explained in the press conference, I figured she just had some royal business to attend to.
Did anyone else seem very bothered by the Queen's absence? Justin asked.
Gerald? The guy from Grocerite? He seemed to get his knickers in a bunch.
Why was he upset?
Lucy asked. He seemed to have come to the royal tea party to flirt with me and to speak to the Queen. As he clearly was striking out with me, that meant the only thing he had to do was speak to the Queen, and the Queen wasn't available.
Did he mention what he needed to speak to the Queen about?
Justin asked. I didn't dare ask and bore myself with the tedious intricacies of business, Alice chuckled. I go to those parties to be among the rich and powerful, perhaps to find someone I think worthy of living in this mansion with me, not for business. Alice stared right at Justin and smiled when she mentioned looking for someone to live in her mansion. Justin avoided her eye contact. A part of him was thrilled that the most glamorous movie star was flirting with him, but he was already married to the most beautiful woman in the world. What about Max Kensington? Lucy asked.
That creep. I tried to avoid him like the plague.
Creep? In what way? Lucy pressed further. He's always muttering to himself and he smells quite bizarre. You'd think he'd be able to invent some sort of bathing robot, but that robot butler of his could only seem to make phone calls for him. Alice laughed. Alice looked back at the photographer, who was looking nervously at the sky. Look, he would never say anything, but the photographer is stressed about losing daylight," Alice said politely. "I'm so sorry to cut this meeting short, but please feel free to call me or return if you need anything." Alice looked right at Justin when she said this. Alice handed him her card. Lucy couldn't believe this woman was so brazen as to flirt with a man with a ring on his finger. But surely that hadn't stopped a woman like her before. "Thank you for speaking with us, Miss Minica," Lucy replied, hiding her annoyance that Alice was cutting their meeting short. Alexander and Nora walked out of Buckingham Palace. "So what exactly are we doing?" Alexander asked. Nora answered, "We're going directly to the belly of the beast." Alexander looked at her, puzzled. "Velos technology," she clarified as she led the way. If their suspicions about Velos technology were correct, this could be an incredibly dangerous mission, so they needed to pack accordingly. As Justin made arrangements for their travel, Alexander and Nora went over their packing list and their plan. They would approach gently and simply ask Max Kensington about what they had discovered in the underwater base. If he wasn't receptive to their conversation, or even tried to attack them for their prying, then they would need to be prepared to defend themselves, which meant packing a variety of weapons, protective gear, and spy tech. "We want to be prepared, but we want our preparations to be discreet," Nora reminded Alexander as she loaded a miniature grappling hook into a concealed compartment in the sleeve of her spy suit. Alexander nodded as he did the same and checked that the hidden compartments and tools around his suit were all functioning properly. "We have no idea what type of technology he has access to, and if he knows that we're coming in armed, he may be aggressive," she continued. "True, but even as advanced as the technology in the underwater base was, you were still able to find a way to handle it. I'm sure we'll be fine no matter what he has up his sleeve," Alexander reminded her. "Of course. Between the two of us, I'm sure we'd be able to handle anything." She smiled at her son proudly. "I always know that when you're on my team, there's no way we could lose." Alexander smiled back at his mother. He really loved working with her on these missions. Saving the day and helping innocent people solve their problems was the most fulfilling thing in the world to Alexander. Also, it made him glad to know that Nora was proud of him and that he was learning so much from her. But beyond that, he was just glad that it gave them an excuse to spend some time together. There was always someone else who needed help or some other crisis that needed their attention, and it could be hard to find time to spend together as a family. Doing these missions together, though, allowed them to spend some more time together, while also fulfilling their calling to help others. As if she was having the same thoughts, Nora's smile turned a little sad as she said, "I wish Cheryl could be here helping us with the mission. I know she would be so excited to get an up-close look at some of this technology. It might be useful to her in her own work in the lab. And honestly, it would just be nice to spend some time with her." "How is work at the lab going for Cheryl?" Alexander was almost a little embarrassed to ask. He hadn't been in touch with his sister nearly as much as he would have liked to be. They were both just so busy that it was incredibly easy to lose touch with each other. "It's going well from what I've heard. Why don't you ask her yourself, though?" Nora replied, looking confused. Alexander and Cheryl were usually so close that it seemed strange to Nora that her two children hadn't been in constant contact. "Is something wrong between you and your sister?" No, nothing like that," Alexander reassured her. "I think we've both just been incredibly busy. Cheryl's a genius, but graduating from Harvard early and working in the lab both take up a lot of time out of her schedule, I think. And we've been going so non-stop on these missions that it's kind of easy just to forget to reach out." Concern shaded his face as he thought about it. In the pit of his stomach, he felt nervous to reach out to his sister after not contacting her for so long. But if there was anyone who was going to understand his concern and be able to comfort him with their knowledge of how Cheryl felt, It would be his mother. Fidgeting with the hem of his shirt, he admitted, "Sometimes I worry it's been too long since we talked, that she'll be annoyed if I reach out." "Oh, that's silly, Alexander," Nora replied softly. "Your sister would love to hear from you. As you said, she's been busy and hasn't been able to reach out either, so I'm sure she'll understand that you've been too busy as well." Alexander let out a sigh of relief at his mother's words. He knew that Cheryl wouldn't really be mad at him, but it had been hard to shake that fear until Nora offered her wise, comforting advice. Alexander was glad to have a mother who was so understanding and intelligent, always willing to help her kids with whatever problems they were facing, no matter what else was going on. Even if that something else going on was a high-stakes spy mission investigating the disappearance of the Queen. "Thanks, Mum," he replied with a smile. "Of course," Nora replied, crossing the room to give her son a brief hug. "Anything for you." Looking around the room, she could see that most of what they needed for their mission had been packed. If approaching gently didn't work, they were prepared for a full-on break-in, if it came to it, a battle. Satisfied with their progress and knowing that Justin would have finalized their travel arrangements any moment now, Nora turned to her son and said, "Why don't you take some time to call Cheryl now, actually? It seems like we've got everything under control and ready to go. We can't do much else until your father tells us the car is ready to go. I think you'll both feel better if you're able to chat with her sooner rather than later." Alexander pulled out his phone and saw that they should have plenty of time. "Yeah, that's a good idea. Maybe I will. Thanks, Mum," he replied. "Sure thing, sweetie," Nora replied as she exited the room. She really hoped that by reaching out to Cheryl, Alexander would be able to rekindle the closeness that the two siblings usually had. Their friendship was so important to the two of them that it would be a shame to see them fall further out of touch. Once his mother exited the room, Alexander pulled his phone back out and looked at the keypad, dialing Cheryl's phone number by heart. The phone rang a few times, and his mind raced a bit as he did. What if Cheryl didn't want to hear from him? But he shook the thought off, remembering Nora's advice. Cheryl would be happy to hear from her brother. But as the phone rang and rang, he received no response. Cheryl's progress started moving much faster once she had completed her final class and graduated from Harvard. She could finally devote all of her time and energy to her research. And she couldn't even pretend like it was going poorly, despite not being exactly where Cheryl wanted to be. She leaned down to the monkey on the table, who sat patiently looking up at her. "You are quite the marvel," Cheryl whispered to him. He was an impressive specimen, a cute little spider monkey with big brown eyes and an exceptionally long, curled tail. Cheryl had been working on cloning him for months. Although they had a ways to go on implanting the exact memories from the original monkey, who the team had named Benny, L312 was a great step in the right direction. Cheryl had nicknamed him Lenny, despite the team not wanting to name him. "You deserved a name, didn't you?" Cheryl asked him as she gave him a pat on the head. She turned on the gaming console and monitor set up for Lenny in the corner of the lab. The monkey holding pen was highly restricted from the rest of the lab. Cheryl knew how dangerous it would be for just anyone to have access to Lenny. Lenny hopped into his gaming chair and began to play his games, expertly using his mouse and keyboard to play Spy Force 6. Cheryl took notes as he played, making sure it was well documented how his progress was going. "Still here?" Adam said as he popped his head into the lab. His smile always made Cheryl happy. She replied, "I think I'm going to stay all night." Adam shook his head. "Again?" Cheryl nodded and leaned against the table as she watched Lenny win a match. Adam entered the lab and stood to watch the monkey play his video game. Trying to hide her own blush, Cheryl asked, What are you doing here so late?
I'm glad you asked,
Adam said as he turned toward his colleague.
The team wants to discuss the presentation before everyone heads out. Do you have a second?
Cheryl nodded and Adam called people in from the other room to join their talk.
So, we feel pretty confident with the data we're presenting. Adam started.
Dana, who was still in her last year of school, continued, "But we're wondering about whether we should actually bring L312 to the event." "Will they believe us without him?" Cheryl asked. At the sound of his name, Lenny looked up from the game and looked around the room of scientists curiously. Cheryl could tell he knew exactly what they were talking about. Another scientist on the team, Tyler, chimed in,
"I think it would be a good show for the investors. They'll dig deeper into those wallets if they can see how amazing he is."
"But his safety and the progress of the research are the most important," Cheryl said. Adam nodded and looked at her.
"If you think it's a bad idea, we'll follow your lead."
Looking at his kind face, Cheryl felt like it might be safe. After all, she was trained by her mother and father to be an expert martial artist. She was all the security the team needed to keep Lenny safe. "Let's bring him," Cheryl said. "If we're getting a bad feeling, one of us can bring him back to the lab." Dana smiled, excited to show the world what they'd been working on. "I'll get started on booking transportation and security." Cheryl was so glad to have Dana working in the lab with her. They had quickly become best friends their freshman year after bonding over their love of being in the labs. It had been such a joy for Cheryl to watch Dana become more confident.
Tyler added, "I'll see what other data points might be missing from the presentation."
Dana and Tyler left the room and headed back to their own work. Sensing her concern, Adam asked,
"Are you sure you're okay with bringing him? We all know how much you care about him."
Cheryl shook her head. "He's an experiment, not a friend." She was still trying to convince herself that was true.
"Well, sure, but you've spent so much time with him and he is the experiment, so we also have to protect him,"
Adam said, resting his hand on Cheryl's arm. It made her stomach turn to butterflies, feeling his strong hand on her arm. "But the experiment is the most important thing." Cheryl shook her head and walked away from him. Of course, she loved when Adam hung around the lab, but she didn't have time to be distracted by his obvious charm. Lenny finished up his round of games, and Cheryl shut down his computer.
"Promise me you'll go home and get some sleep. Tomorrow is a big day,"
Adam said. Cheryl nodded. "I will. Besides, I have some work to do at home." Smiling, Adam headed for the lab's exit. Cheryl cleaned up the lab and left once everyone else had headed home. She always hated leaving Lenny in the cold lab alone. But the team was doing important work, and if they could successfully recreate Benny's memories in Lenny's mind, they would have broken new scientific ground unlike anything the world had ever known. The thought alone made Cheryl excited. She had worked so hard over the years and mastered so many skills that she wanted nothing more than to finally have something to show for it. As she made her way out of Avium Laboratories, Cheryl thought about her mum. She was so happy she could help Nora on their mission in England. She did miss her family so much, and she was so busy studying that she almost never got to visit them. She knew she should give her parents a call soon. After a moment of walking on the dark campus, Cheryl felt her phone buzz from inside her bag. Reaching into her bag, Cheryl pulled out the device. Looking down at her phone, Cheryl was surprised to see her brother Alexander was calling her. As much as she wanted to answer her brother's call, Cheryl knew that she needed to stay focused if she was going to nail the presentation ahead of her. She clicked her phone shut, ignoring the call and the pang of guilt she felt. She would try to call Alexander back as soon as possible. She missed her brother terribly, but her schedule had been so busy that there was barely enough time to cook herself food, let alone catch up with Alexander. She assumed Alexander was just as busy, and that's why his calls were so few and far between. But it didn't change the fact that she wished they had more time to spend together. Harvard was amazing and had provided her so many amazing opportunities. But thinking about how far away she was from her family could be hard. With them in England, there was a literal ocean separating them. Thinking about it for too long made her feel so alone. But she wasn't alone here. She had an amazing team, and they were doing amazing work. It would all be worth it once their project was a success. She took a deep breath as she placed the phone back into her pocket, trying to calm her nerves for the presentation. While she had assured her teammates that she was okay bringing Lenny to the conference, deep down she couldn't deny that it made her nervous. She did her best to see him as an experiment only, but it would be a lie to say that she wasn't even a little bit attached to him. Beyond that, though, Adam was right. Lenny was the whole experiment, and any information that leaked about their research or any problems with the monkey might pose a risk to their progress. But she couldn't think about that now either. She just needed to remember that her team had done some really solid work, that their research was showing fruitful results, and that it was her job tomorrow to show the investors how truly exciting that news was. If they could see how promising the results so far were, they would certainly be inspired to open their wallets to further fund the lab. It was finally the big day, and as she paced the lab floor, Cheryl's nerves hadn't let up since the night before. This was their one big shot to prove themselves to the funders. Everything was riding on this. As she tried to calm herself, Cheryl felt a pair of steady hands on her shoulders, kicking up a flurry of butterflies in her stomach. Adam must have been able to sense her apprehension about the presentation and her guilt about the phone call. He had come to offer some comfort. "Everything okay, Cheryl?" he asked, his voice soothingly calm as she turned to face him. "Yeah," she sighed. "Just a lot on my mind. I got a call from my brother last night that I need to return. It's been a while since we've spoken, but obviously there's too much else going on with the lab and the presentation today to take a personal phone call." Adam nodded as if he understood exactly what she meant. "It can be hard to find the balance between work and family life," he agreed. "But I'm sure your brother will understand if you need to wait a bit longer to call him back." Cheryl felt some of the tension she'd been carrying release from her body. It was such a relief to have a good friend. The science world could be really competitive, and she was really lucky to have ended up in such a nice and supportive group. She was especially thankful for Dana and Adam's company. "We should get going toward the conference room," Adam said gently after a moment. "But if you want to talk about any of it on our way there, I'm always here to listen." "Thanks," she smiled, following him out the door into the hallway. Talking to Adam would certainly help keep her head straight and stop her getting too lost in her thoughts before the presentation. "Oh, wait," Cheryl called out, turning back into the room before returning with Lenny, his cage set on top of a rolling cart so he could be transported more easily. "We almost forgot the star of our presentation." Cheryl was rarely so forgetful. The chaos of the presentation and missing her family must have really been getting to her. "How could we forget, Lenny?" Adam replied cheerfully. "How are you doing today, little guy?" Adam asked, offering Lenny a head scratch through the bars of his crate. Lenny responded cheerfully, always happy to get attention from the researchers. They were some of his best friends, and when he wasn't playing esports, his favorite thing to do was spend time by their sides. "Are you excited for the presentation, Lenny?" Adam asked. Cheryl didn't often ask Lenny questions. It helped maintain the boundary between pet and experiment in her mind. But she did love to see how happy Lenny got when Adam asked questions. As if he was attempting to reply, Lenny hooted and jumped around a bit, trying to convey excitement.
That's what I like to hear, Adam laughed.
Watching how kindly Adam treated Lenny brought a smile to Cheryl's face. Not all scientists were so kind to their test subjects. But it was important to Cheryl that Lenny was treated with respect and dignity. So having teammates who felt the same way was crucial.
And what about you, Cheryl?
Adam turned his attention to her, and Lenny seemed to do the same.
Are you feeling nervous about today?
Nervous wasn't the first word Cheryl thought of when considering the presentation they had to give. Confident might be more accurate, or calm even. I have a lot of mixed feelings, she said, not wanting to dampen his eagerness about the presentation. But I think that everything is going to go well. But just as the words left her mouth, she looked down the hallway, and the group that she spotted waiting for them made her eyes narrow. Adam's jaw dropped.
Oh, it's you, Cheryl, Igor sneered. I suspected you and the avium laboratory might be here.
Igor, the head of the medial lab, stood in front of his whole team, all men with stern faces and their arms crossed. You guessed correctly, Cheryl chirped back. Great to see you, Igor. The corners of Igor's lips spasmed at Cheryl's cheeriness. She seemed completely impervious to Igor's snideness, but that didn't mean he wasn't going to test it further.
You guys are giving your presentation first, it seems, Igor asked.
Yes, we are, Cheryl said. I'm giving the presentation myself.
You yourself are giving the presentation. Why not send Adam? Igor sneered. Don't you think he'd be better at giving a serious presentation? Your bubbly attitude may have gotten you far in the gaming world, but this isn't fun and games anymore. This is real life. You think someone like you can really convince those serious investors to give you money?
Igor's team was all men. She had heard about many very capable women scientists who interviewed for Igor's lab. He only even accepted the interview to shame and humiliate them. None of them were ever accepted. Igor clearly didn't respect women scientists like Cheryl. Little did he know that Cheryl's mother was Nora Smith, the greatest scientist and doctor in the world. But she didn't need to bring up her family to prove her worth. She was smart enough all on her own. I successfully got us money for the laboratory before. How do you think we did all the research before? Cheryl asked.
It's easy to get startup money when you don't have to prove anything. Now I'm sure you're strapped for cash and need to beg these people to believe in your wimpy work. You have to prove you've actually successfully done something.
Igor was right about the money. Cheryl and Avium Laboratory had used up all their initial investments. If they didn't get the investors to give them money today, the lab would be over. Cheryl would be terribly sad to stop doing research, but she'd also be sad not to see all these people she had grown close with, like Adam, Dana, and Tyler. She loved going to work every day because she got to do amazing things with amazing people. And how could she part with Lenny and Benny, her monkeys? They were like children to her. She would have to give them to a zoo if they lost funding.
And even if you have made slight achievements, surely led by Adam's intelligence, there is no way you've surpassed my team in research. Igor continued. It is no secret that we both are researching cloning. And I am positive that our research far surpasses whatever you have been able to scrounge up.
What makes you so positive? Cheryl asked. You know, us scientists are supposed to make our claims based on facts and figures, not just empty conjecture. One of the members of Medial Lab chuckled at Cheryl's comment. Igor turned around and glared at that man.
Out,
Igor demanded, staring right at the man who chuckled. Me? The man said, confused.
You are no longer a part of this team,
Igor said coldly.
You will find that you no longer have access to the laboratory or any of the data. Please hand in your lab coat.
The man stammered. He couldn't believe that he had been fired for simply laughing at what Cheryl had said. But the man tried to defend himself.
Begone,
Igor said coldly, turning around and lifting his hand up to signal he was done with this conversation. The other men of Medial Lab led the fired man out of the building while he whined and groaned. Cheryl couldn't believe Igor would fire someone over something so silly. He clearly ran the lab with an iron fist. He had no tolerance for anyone speaking back to him or undermining his authority.
Adam, there is a space on our team for another researcher,
Igor said to Adam.
Please leave behind your terrible laboratory and join people who are actually doing important work.
Cheryl looked at Adam, hurt by the possibility that they wouldn't be working together, and that Adam might leave her for her rival.
I would rather eat my own shoes than work for you,
Adam scoffed. Everyone on Cheryl's team laughed. Cheryl could even see some of the Ideal Labs boys want to laugh, the corners of their lips spasming. But they had to keep it in if they wanted to keep their jobs and avoid the fate of their recently fired comrade.
You will have to eat your shoes when you are out of a job and living on the street,
Igor sneered.
Once this project goes up in flames and everybody sees that Cheryl is incapable of leading a team, none of you will ever work again. Nobody would dare trust any of you who spent all that startup money spiraling down the drain.
Adam started getting worked up.
Hey, Igor, you shut your...
Cheryl put her hand up to calm Adam down. They didn't need to get angry or play on Igor's level. Igor's comment hit a sore spot as Adam grew up very poor. Only through his clear aptitude for science and generous scholarships was he able to make it this far. But he was confident that working with Cheryl would make him rich, as he was confident she was going to lead innovation in this field.
You know, it's a good thing you guys are going first, Igor commented. It would be terribly embarrassing to have to present your pitiful research after me. You would be a total laughingstock. At least now the audience might be mildly impressed by whatever pitiful thing you've come up with, before we blow you out of the water with our groundbreaking research.
Cheryl could tell Adam wanted to blurt out all the work they had done and prove Igor wrong right there and then. But Cheryl wanted to wait until she got on stage in front of everyone. Then she would get to see how embarrassed Igor would be to present after her. "You're so cute when you're angry," Cheryl giggled. "You get this adorable little wrinkle between your eyebrows." All of Igor's team worked hard to hold in their laughter. Nobody dared to speak to Igor like that. He turned bright red, the sweat on his forehead practically steaming. Adam looked at his watch and tapped Cheryl on the shoulder.
"I think that's enough grilling him. He's already toast," Adam said. "And it's your turn to present."
Cheryl took a deep breath to prepare for what's to come. It was now or never. "I'm up," Cheryl said, excited to get the show on the road. She had been rehearsing the presentation day and night with Adam. She was very knowledgeable about what she was talking about, and she knew how to present it in the most flashy way possible to get the investors interested. She had to be careful to not get too deep into the science, or the investors would get bored and zone out. She needed to keep it relevant and exciting. And of course, she would put some Cheryl flair on it. Cheryl took the stage, poised and waving at the investors. She was used to performing under pressure from both her work in esports and in shooting. She even liked the pressure of shooting, all of it building to that one big moment. Thank you so much for attending this presentation of what we've been doing at Avium Laboratory, Cheryl chirped. I'm so excited for you to see the amazing things we've been working on. Cheryl looked at the investors in the audience. They were all older men who did not seem charmed by Cheryl's personality. This might be a bit more difficult than she expected, but she still put on a brave face. What we have done at Avium is take a monumental step forward in the realm of cloning. While previously, cloning has only been successfully performed by birthing whole new creatures or splitting embryos, we have finally performed adult-to-adult cloning. Now the investors started to look a little confused, getting anxious already and shuffling in their seats. Cheryl started getting a little nervous. She looked into the audience and saw Adam and Dana giving her a big thumbs up. That gave Cheryl the boost of confidence to keep going. Cheryl continued, "To put that a little more simply, all previous clones have been babies cloned from adult specimens or embryos that were divided and cloned. So, let's say you thought your dog, Fido, was so fantastic that you needed another of him. You would take a sample of his cells, extract the DNA, and implant that DNA into another dog to generate the fetus and give birth to the clone of Fido. But while your original Fido was 7 years old, this new Fido is a puppy once again. And not only is this new Fido a puppy, but as you start raising him, you realize that he might not be all that much like your original Fido. While your original Fido was a cuddle monster who loved to snuggle you every night, this new Fido likes to play outside all day and night and doesn't even like being petted. How disappointed would you be? Cloning your beloved dog only to have a dog that's nothing like him. That's because the clone of Fido may have his exact DNA, but that does not mean it will grow up to be all that similar to your original." Cheryl saw that the investors were definitely understanding her a bit better and warming up to her. This is clear in humans with identical twins. While they may share many of the same traits, they may be extremely different in other ways based on their upbringing. They may even look different if they have different nutrition and exercise. While previous cloning efforts have these obvious flaws, we've made 2 major breakthroughs. The investors perked up, wanting to hear all the fancy new things Avium was working on. We have successfully performed adult-to-adult cloning, meaning we've taken DNA extractions from adult cells, grew them in an artificial incubator, and successfully created another adult individual, rather than a fetus that had to grow up. The investors once again looked lost. Cheryl continued, "So, going back to Fido, now instead of creating a second Fido that had to be born and grow up, the second Fido comes out at the same age as the original Fido. You would have 2 7-year-old Fidos." The audience started murmuring, impressed. That was a major breakthrough indeed. This was only made possible through research into creating artificial incubators, where the cells can not only multiply, specialize, and form, but also mature at a highly accelerated rate. The investors once again seemed quite impressed with Cheryl's presentation. Zach and Dana were beaming, excited that Cheryl was doing such a great job. Our second advancement was yet another major breakthrough. After doing extensive research and brain scans, we were able to retain some of the memories and personality of the original specimen in the clone. The investors looked really impressed. Cheryl had them in the bag. Going back to the Fido example, this means that not only will you have a second adult Fido, but that adult Fido will already know how to sit, stay, and come without you teaching it. And that Fido will be a cuddle bug, just like the original.
Cheryl paused to take in all the faces of the investors who were practically on the edge of their seats. Now, this technology is not quite perfected yet. When Cheryl said that, it was clear the investors deflated a little bit. She was worried that she had given too stellar of an example and that what they had done didn't match up to that. We do not have complete memory and personality retention in the clones. We need your investment to continue doing this groundbreaking, important research so that we can get closer and closer to complete memory and personality retention in all future clones. What we have here for you today is our very special monkey, Lenny. Lenny and I are great friends, although Lenny is technically only 1 day old. How is that possible? Lenny is a clone. The investors were excited to finally actually see a clone. Lenny is a clone of Benny. Benny and I have a really strong bond. I even taught Benny advanced mathematics and how to play video games. He's quite good as a gunner, actually. It took years of working with Benny day and night to teach him all this and to build our bond. Lenny, as a clone of Benny with much of his memories and personality, also loves me, has mathematical skills, and knows how to play video games. He had the knowledge to do advanced math from his first day in existence on this planet. However, it became clear that Lenny does not know everything that Benny knew. Certain elements of the video game, certain traits of mine, and certain mathematical problems Lenny could not figure out, even though Benny knew them. With your investment, we will continue this research and get closer to our goal of complete memory and personality retention in the clone. The investors looked incredibly impressed, surely ready to give them money to continue this research. But you don't have to just take my word for it. I present to you Lenny. Cheryl, still looking at the audience, pulled down the curtain where Lenny was supposed to be in his crate. Cheryl smiled brightly as she looked at the investors, until she saw a confused look come across all their faces. Adam and Dana looked horrified. Cheryl turned around. Lenny was gone. "Lenny?" Cheryl yelped. Lenny's crate was completely empty. He was supposed to be playing a video game in his crate right behind the curtain, but he was nowhere to be found. The door to the crate was swinging wide open. Cheryl looked at the audience, dumbstruck, like a deer in headlights. She saw the investors all looking upset and confused. Dana looked completely shocked. Adam looked horrified. While Cheryl was still busy panicking and wondering how this happened, she suddenly realized that she was still on stage and everyone was looking at her. She looked back and saw Adam waving at her. He was mouthing, "Say something." She was so stressed about whether Lenny was okay that she completely forgot about the investors. Cheryl managed to smile. "I'd like to give my deepest apologies, most esteemed investors. Our test subject is not where he is supposed to be at the moment from a simple error on my part. We will retrieve him quickly and show you all of his skills. Just wait right there." The investors looked very concerned. Cheryl seemed so intelligent, poised, and put together before. Now she couldn't even keep track of her own experiment. Even if they did find the monkey, this would not bode well for Avium Laboratory. One investor spoke up. "We do not have time for you to locate your misplaced specimen. We have other presenters today. This was your allotted time. While your initial speech sounded promising, if you do not have anything to show for your presentation, then I think we are done here." "I promise you Lenny is worth waiting for," Cheryl pleaded. "You're right. It's not fair to hold up all the other presenters. I respect their time and understand they can't wait for me. So let all the other presenters go, and then if any of you investors were intrigued by what I had to say before,
You must stay. I will finish my demonstration with Lenny after everyone else is done.
Fine. If anyone so chooses, you may stay to see the rest of Avium Laboratories' presentation, despite their inability to keep track of their experiment. The investor responded. Now, please get off the stage and let the next presentation begin. Cheryl ran off the stage, cringing to herself. She wasn't so much embarrassed for herself, but she was scared for Lenny. Cheryl ran to the back to catch up with Adam and Dana. Cheryl pulled them both out of the room while the next presentation began.
What happened?
Adam asked.
Where's Lenny?
I have no idea, Cheryl said. He was supposed to be right there in his crate. Did you let him out?
Of course not,
Adam said. The door to his crate was wide open, Cheryl explained. Did you see anyone from our team let him out? Maybe they fed him and didn't properly shut the crate?
I didn't see anyone, Dana responded. Maybe Lenny figured out how to open the crate himself. He's obviously very smart.
He's smart, but he's not that smart, Cheryl said.
The monkey knew how to play video games, but he was no locksmith.
And right now, it doesn't matter how exactly Lenny got out. What matters is that we find him.
Right,
Adam said. Cheryl, Adam, and Dana turned to Tyler and the rest of their lab. We need to separate and search every inch of this place for Lenny. He's likely very scared, Cheryl said. The whole team nodded, determined to find the monkey they all cared about so much. They all set off in different directions in the conference hall.
I'll go with you.
Cheryl turned around to see Adam chasing after her. Cheryl knew it was probably better for them all to split up, but she couldn't help but say yes to Adam wanting to come with her. Let's go then, Cheryl said with a smile. They couldn't make too much noise because otherwise they would cause an even bigger disturbance to the other presentations. They reached the bathrooms. Cheryl searched the women's while Adam searched the men's. Lenny, Cheryl cooed. Lenny usually came when Cheryl called, not because he was trained, but because he liked her. Cheryl started to worry that Lenny might be so scared that he wouldn't even come. With no sign of Lenny, Cheryl exited the bathroom. Adam was already waiting in the hallway for her.
No sign of him,
Adam sighed. Nothing in my bathroom either, Cheryl said.
How do you think Lenny even got out?
Adam asked, getting worked up. It doesn't matter right now. We need to find him.
But I'm really thinking about it, and I just don't see how he could have gotten out.
Let's keep moving while we discuss this, Cheryl instructed, as she and Adam walked forward, continuing to look for Lenny.
We know he's not smart enough to get out of the crate on his own.
Lenny, Cheryl cooed, peeking through potted plants to see if Lenny maybe planted himself in the bushes.
I really don't think anyone from our lab would let him out,
Adam wondered out loud.
You run a pretty tight ship.
Thanks, Cheryl replied. Lenny? Cheryl said, looking up to the ceiling, wondering if he somehow got himself into a vent or something.
Everybody in our lab is very well trained on the proper care for Lenny. We've never had an incident before. Do you think maybe someone got nervous with all the pressure of this big presentation and forgot proper protocol?
I've trained everyone well. They all know how to lock the crate when Lenny's in it, and that it's of the utmost importance for his safety, Cheryl replied. I hope all that training won't go out the window just because we have something important to do.
Nobody else even had access to Lenny, right?
Adam asked, scratching his head, trying to come up with how this could have happened. Cheryl stopped in her tracks. Cheryl said, Igor and his lab also work on cloning monkeys. They have access to the specimen holding room and use the same crate.
You don't think?
Adam started.
Igor?
Cheryl yelled. Storming from the bathrooms to the main floor, Cheryl felt her blood begin to boil. How could they sabotage another experiment like that? Whatever happened to the scientific codes of honor? Adam followed closely behind her. Dana and Tyler caught up to them, realizing Cheryl must have figured out what happened to Lenny. "Who was it?" Dana asked her best friend. But Cheryl was too mad to answer, and Adam didn't feel like saying it out loud. Like a woman with a mission, Cheryl barreled through the conference hall. No one on the team had ever seen her so angry. Cheryl had learned from her parents the importance of keeping your anger close to your chest. Cheryl found Igor and the other members of the Mydeal laboratory at the center of the presentation floor. They stood around in a circle laughing, joking about how stupid Avium Labs looked during their presentation. But the cruel jokes did not hurt Cheryl's feelings. She knew her worth and wasn't going to let these rude people change her mind. "How dare you?" she began, gritting her teeth between words. As angry as she wasn't in the mood to make a spectacle of the whole afternoon. It would be important for the investors to see the leader of Avium as someone level-headed and calm under pressure. And her parents had raised her to think clearly in a crisis. She had been trained since she was very small to find solutions while in danger. So this would be a piece of cake.
"I have no idea what you're talking about,"
Igor said as he crossed his arms. His team of men surrounded him. There were more of them than Avium's small team, but Cheryl preferred to keep her team small. It meant the investors couldn't argue for staffing cuts, but it also meant that the circle of information remained small. And since Mydeal Labs were the only other lab with access, it was pretty clear who would have been responsible for this. And in times like this, Cheryl was glad for that. She knew she could rule her team out almost instantly as being behind such a leak.
"Cut the bull,"
Adam started. But Cheryl raised her hand to stop him. Looking at her competitor, Cheryl shook her head. "Have you no decency?" Igor laughed.
"All is fair in love and science."
His team chuckled at his joke. Dana raised her voice. "Science is about honor and facts. There is no honor in stealing Lenny." Tyler joined in. Cheryl turned to them. "No, there isn't. But let me explain to you why we need him back." Igor turned to his team and said,
"Let's watch the silly woman try to reason with us genius men."
Biting her tongue, Cheryl stated, "First of all, Lenny is an animal. He requires certain conditions to be safe and happy. If under stress, monkeys are known to lash out at whoever is holding them improperly." Though Cheryl was confident they would get Lenny back, she did grow more worried about his well-being as every second ticked by. Lenny feels safest with our team. Every second he is away from those he feels safest with is another second that he could take a turn for the worse, Cheryl said.
"Unless you keep him locked up,"
Igor said, crinkling his nose at Cheryl's sensitivity.
"Then it does not matter what this stupid monkey does."
"And then there's his intelligence," she continued. "Lenny knows how to break all kinds of cages. And when he gets out, with the ability to recognize faces, who do you think he will be most likely to attack?"
Igor laughed. "This is why a team of strong men is safest. We could easily stop some silly, tiny monkey."
Cheryl was filled with anger. She couldn't imagine being so reckless with another being's life. Besides, every scientist should want others to succeed. Knowledge was power, and the more successful experiments were done, the more human beings had a chance at solving their greatest problems. But Igor was not convinced. Though Cheryl was really hoping one of the other scientists would be brave enough to confess what they did. So Cheryl went on, "And then there's the question of the world's safety." His team crinkled their foreheads at the question, clearly not something they had even considered. With such a world-changing experiment, the ability to clone adults of a species, don't you think Lenny and our research could fall into dangerous hands? Cheryl asked. She could see that some members of Igor's lab were concerned about it. Lenny contains DNA that would allow anyone to recreate our experiments. And without final results, we wouldn't know whether the cloning is truly a success or not. What if Lenny was too aggressive? What if he interpreted Benny's memories differently and grew angry at being held captive? Cheryl questioned. It was all questions she knew would need to be answered. But she was confident that if Lenny stayed in a safe and caring lab, he would be happy and not grow resentful. Cheryl feared what would happen if he was kept in a small cage by mean scientists who wouldn't take good care of him. It was clear this plea was getting through the way she hoped. So she shifted back to the global concerns of such an experiment being loose. Cheryl continued, focusing more on changing the minds of Igor's team rather than Igor. What would happen if this ability fell into the lap of an enemy country, who would use it to destroy other nations? Igor rolled his eyes. You women, always with the hysterics. Show her some respect, Adam yelled at the mean man. Cheryl tried not to blush at her crush defending her like that. A crowd had surrounded them on the main floor, much to Cheryl's annoyance. This was about finding Lenny, not making a show out of the investor presentations. Cheryl offered the crowd a smile, reassuring them that she knew what she was doing. But if we can continue our work in a safe environment with our most promising subject, we could research this technology safely and reveal it to the world when it is safe, Cheryl pleaded. Igor leaned in, staring at Cheryl intensely. Sure. Just one problem. He took a pause, enjoying Cheryl's growing anxiety. Then he finally said, We don't have him. Even as Igor and the MyDeal Labs team were walking away, Cheryl had a feeling that they weren't being truthful. She had an incredible ability to tell when people were lying, a skill Nora and Justin had been sure to teach all of their kids. Outside of spy work, knowing when someone was lying made sure their kids were surrounded by people they actually trusted. What are we going to do? Dana asked. It was clear to Cheryl that the team was losing hope. She headed off toward the main stage where a computer and monitor rested just under the stage. Meanwhile, Tyler appeared with a bunch of bananas. Grab these from the van. Adam, Dana, and Tyler all began opening the bananas and calling out, Lenny, Lenny. Crinkling his forehead, Adam watched Cheryl sit down at the computer and boot up some video games. What was she doing? They needed to look for Lenny before it was too late. Dana and Tyler split up and looked around the conference hall, continuing their calls for Lenny. Adam stayed close in case Cheryl needed him. But he also wanted to see what exactly she was doing. It would certainly be a strange coping mechanism to play a game in the middle of this venue. As Cheryl began a round of esports, the investors grew restless. Is she just going to sit there while her team hunts for the monkey she lost? One of them questioned loudly. Cheryl shook off the comment, committing to her idea. But from across the room, Adam wandered around confused with a peeled banana. Lenny, come out. Where are you, Lenny? Adam waved the banana about, hoping to waft the scent around to entice him. Cheryl laughed at his methods as she continued to play her game. Adam shook his head. It was bold of her to laugh at his methods when she just seemed to be hanging out like this was a gaming convention. She could be pretty hard to understand sometimes. So much happened in her head that she would often get lost in there. Adam had gotten used to pulling her back down to earth. But this time, he wasn't sure what she was thinking. She lost the damn thing and now she's going to let her team clear up the mess, an investor said while shaking his head. Adam began to make his way closer to Cheryl, trying to piece together what she was thinking. Maybe she just needed a break to reset. After all, she grew up playing these games, and maybe it was a comfort for her on stressful occasions. It was hard to imagine her being so talented at so many things at an even younger age. She had already graduated early from Harvard, was a skilled martial artist, an accomplished scientist, and so much more. Adam couldn't help but smile at her achievements. But they had a mission to accomplish, and they needed to find Lenny, or her reputation would be ruined. "I can't believe how selfish," another investor added. Adam worried that Cheryl would lose the crowd completely if she kept this up. On top of that, Dana and Tyler were off hunting for Lenny, and Cheryl was just sitting around playing games. But Cheryl stayed strong. She had faced doubters her entire life, and she took great joy in proving them wrong time and time again. "How lazy!" someone in the crowd shouted. Adam saw a smirk appear on Cheryl's face. Did she think this was funny? The sounds of the video game filled the hall, loud bangs and booms echoing off the sides of the building. Though her skill was quite obvious, most of these investors had no interest in watching a scientist play video games. After a few minutes, Dana and Tyler returned with their bananas. Their faces scrunched up when they saw Cheryl sitting at the computer monitor. "What is she doing?" Tyler asked, the annoyance in his voice obvious to everyone. Adam could only shrug a reply. He had no idea. Dana took a deep breath and approached her friend. "Hey, Cher, I'm really sorry we can't find him." Cheryl nodded. "That's okay. It seems like you might be taking it a little hard, but no one is mad at you. We all agreed to bring Lenny knowing the risks, but we'll keep looking." "I know," Cheryl said. Her calmness was becoming strange. Dana had seen Cheryl get upset at less. Why was she able to be so chill about losing their multi-million-dollar monkey? Dana nodded. "Okay. It's okay that he went missing. Do you want to help us look for him?" "I am," Cheryl said, keeping her eyes glued to the screen in front of her. "Cheryl, seriously," Dana pleaded, noticing all the investors watching them. She was certain the investors would be losing interest in the project with a leader who seemed so checked out. Cheryl laughed. "Dana, I'm being serious. Lenny loves this game and is missing, we know," Tyler quipped, clearly upset with Cheryl. She looked up at her colleagues and shook her head. "Guys, seriously, trust me." Tyler lowered his voice and through gritted teeth said, "This isn't a joke. We can't fool around with the game. It's okay that he's gone, but we need your help." Cheryl continued playing her game, not taking her eyes off the screen as more loud booms filled the room. She was still confident the trick would work, even if everyone didn't believe in her. The room had grown silent, other than the sounds of the game, all of the investors completely confused by Cheryl's actions. Tyler went back to Adam and said, "What are we supposed to do? She won't help." Adam fumbled for words. Surely there was a reason for Cheryl's behavior. He just had to figure out what. But as Adam was about to approach Cheryl, he heard the sounds of monkey hands on carpet. With a smile on her face, Cheryl turned to look at the noise, and sure enough, Lenny was running toward her and leaping in her lap. "Where did he come from?" an investor called out from the crowd. "Where did he come from?" Tyler said with his mouth hanging open. But Cheryl stayed focused on finishing the game. Proud of herself, Cheryl finished the game with Lenny perched comfortably on her shoulder. Of course, she knew the entire time that the sound of his favorite activity would lure him back from wherever he was hiding. But she couldn't pretend like she wasn't worried about Lenny. She knew he was an experiment, so she shouldn't get attached. But she had. He was sweet and had taken so much time and energy to create. Cheryl almost felt like it was her kid to some extent. It was such a relief to see him back with his family now. Adam smiled and hugged Cheryl once she stood from her chair. "How did you know that would work?" Cheryl tried to hide her blush. "It's his favorite part of the day. I figured if he wasn't caged up, he would want to come play." The investors murmured their praise as they realized how wrong they were about Cheryl's tactics. Maybe she was a responsible leader after all. "Genius," Dana said as she high-fived her best friend. Lenny sat in the chair and watched the scientists of Avium Lab celebrate his return. Adam approached him to examine Lenny. If he was really taken from his cage, then someone must have a reason, and a physical examination was one of the only ways to find out what they had done. "Okay, Lenny, let's take a look at you," Adam said as he kneeled next to the monkey. First, he lifted each of Lenny's arms, looking for scratches or bruises. That seemed all clear. Cheryl watched from the sides, carefully observing Lenny's body language. Something about him was off. Of course, she had noticed it as soon as she had heard his hands on the carpet. Nora was an expert body language reader and had taught Cheryl how to tell exactly what was going on with someone based on the way they carried themselves. Cheryl could tell more was wrong with Lenny, but waited for Adam to finish the exam. Adam checked his eyes with the flashlight he kept in his pocket. His pupils dilated slightly slowly.
"Strange. A little slower than usual,"
Adam said. Dana shrugged. "Maybe he's just tired. He hasn't been out of the lab for this long, ever." "No, but Benny has," Cheryl muttered. If the experiment really was a success, Benny's experiences from the real world would have transferred to Lenny. But it was possible that this was just one of the few memories that the experiment had not succeeded in planting. Cheryl made a note of it as Adam continued the exam. He dangled Lenny's legs over the edge of the chair and tapped them to check his reflexes. Again, slow. Investors watched carefully. Maybe they would get to see this genius monkey after all. Adam stood up.
"Nothing obvious."
"Check his right leg," Cheryl said from a few feet away. Raising an eyebrow, Adam asked, "Why?" Cheryl crossed her arms. His run sounded different. His back leg is bothering him. Adam followed the instructions and gently placed his hand on Lenny's leg. As soon as his fingers applied pressure, the monkey flinched. "Sorry, pal," Adam apologized. He tried one more time to get close to him. This time, Lenny let out a yelp. Cheryl nodded. It was all the confirmation she needed. Someone had messed with Lenny, and whatever they had done to his thigh was probably responsible for the other strange things in his exam.
"You could hear all that just from his footsteps?"
Tyler questioned. He still wasn't quite used to Cheryl's expertise, even after a year of knowing her. Sometimes her genius truly was shocking. It was a marvel to watch her work on a daily basis. Tyler motioned to the computer.
"Go ahead, buddy. Play your game."
But Lenny just sat in the chair and stared at them. Dana approached him and placed his paw on the mouse. "See? You remember?" Lenny rested his hand on the mouse for just a moment before pulling away. His nose started to wiggle as he smelled the bananas in the room. He reached out his paws toward Dana. "Maybe he's just hungry," Dana said as she brought the banana to Lenny. He grabbed the fruit from her hand and began to eat it. Cheryl could see a vacant look in Lenny's eyes, like all the curiosity had left his mind. When he finished eating, Lenny started to look around for more food. The investors were growing impatient, waiting for Lenny to do what Avium had promised he could. Tyler offered him another banana, and even after wolfing that down, Lenny still had no interest in the computer or gaming. Adam suggested,
"Maybe he would rather do a math problem."
Cheryl had never known Lenny to turn down video game time, But maybe he was just overexhausted from a big day out of the lab. She tried not to feel guilty for making him overextend himself so early into the experiment. Dana rolled over a whiteboard and drew out a simple equation. It was a question a 6th grader could have done easily, and one Lenny had completed with ease the night before. Tyler passed him a marker and pulled the board in front of him. The investors and scientists watched eagerly. But with the marker in hand, Lenny stared at the board. After a moment, he threw the marker at the whiteboard and started hunting for more bananas. "What's happened to him?" Tyler questioned, his face filled with concern. Dana shook her head. But he had no trouble with this yesterday. Without the monkey able to perform his math or gaming, Cheryl knew the presentation was dead in the water. She couldn't get up on that stage again and risk ruining the lab or her own reputation. They would have to delay. "But he looks okay other than a sore thigh?" Adam questioned. The team looked to Cheryl, hoping she would have some simple answer to this bizarre situation. After all, Lenny couldn't have been gone for more than an hour. What could have possibly happened to him in that time to make him so different now? If someone had taken him, why would they release him just a few moments later? Cheryl stepped forward and gave Lenny a pat. He clearly still felt strongly for her, wanting to jump into her arms. With a deep breath, Cheryl said, "Someone sabotaged us." "And now, Mydeal Labs will present their findings," someone said in the other room. The whole team perked up. They knew Mydeal Lab was doing similar research to them. If the investors chose them, there was no hope for Cheryl and her team. They would have to stop all research. They would lose their jobs and have to end all the incredible progress they had made. Their only hope was that somehow Mydeal Lab was so terrible that they hadn't come up with anything, and the investors would just take Cheryl's word on her findings rather than needing to see Lenny. "I can't even bear to watch," Dana groaned. "We should watch," Cheryl said. "The other team bombing is our only hope." "Should we give them some assistance in bombing, then?" Tyler asked with a devious look in his eye. "What are you suggesting?" Adam asked. "This is our last hope at keeping our lab. We need their presentation to be worse than ours," Tyler said. "I know they're not as good as us, but they are somewhat capable. I don't think they'll bomb unless we contribute to that." "You want us to somehow ruin their presentation?" Dana asked. Tyler shrugged, seeing if anyone would join him. But before anyone could answer, Cheryl spoke up. "Just because they play dirty does not mean we will stoop to their level. We don't need to mess them up to give ourselves a chance. Maybe they can sleep at night knowing they messed us up, but I can't. If the investors want to waste their money on them, then that's their decision." "I understand," Tyler said. He would never go against Cheryl's wishes and respected her holding her head high, even though the other lab messed with them. "Let's watch," Cheryl said. They all nodded and headed back inside to the presentation room. They waited at the back. "Thank you, esteemed investors," Igor said from the stage. "I will not bore you with a flowery presentation. I will get straight to the point." Igor stared directly at Cheryl. Cheryl felt bad that Igor was so threatened by her. He not only had to sabotage her presentation for his lab to have a chance, but he still had to ridicule her after he did it. Cheryl felt bad that Igor was so insecure. "We have been working on the cloning of monkeys as well," Igor continued. "Our goal is to clone adult monkeys who retain the memories of the original monkey." "How far do you think they got?" Adam whispered to Cheryl. "Do you think they could have surpassed us?" "There's no way they surpassed us without Cheryl," Dana said, not even letting Cheryl answer herself. She's the genius behind all of this. They couldn't have gotten far without her. Let's see what he has to say, Cheryl whispered back.
We have made incredible progress in our goals since we last secured investor funding, and we need more funding to continue that progress, Igor said. I'm proud to report to you that we have successfully cloned adult monkeys. No way he really did it, Adam whispered. He couldn't believe that the other lab made similar progress as them. Cheryl herself tinkered for weeks on the incubator. Only with her skills and knowledge was it remotely possible. But at this point, none of the adult subjects have lived very long, Igor explained. The adult clones usually die after 3 days. The longest an adult clone lived was a week. Their hearts usually stop beating. We are not yet sure of the exact cause of this. I knew it, Adam said. Cheryl smiled. Both that Igor and his lab didn't get as far as them, and that Adam believed in her so much. We need more funding to figure out the cause of the premature deaths and to remedy this. We know that it is possible, and we feel confident that we will be able to achieve this. Igor continued. As for the memories, we have made some progress, but the process is not complete. Why don't I show you? Igor pulled open the curtain behind him and revealed his monkey in a crate. This is specimen 3F, Igor explained. He didn't even name his monkeys. Perhaps that was the more professional thing to do, but it showed that Igor had a cold heart. Specimen 3F was created just this morning, Igor continued. He has only been on this planet for 3 hours, but specimen 3F is a clone of specimen 3, a 9-year-old monkey that we have taught complex mathematics. Igor pulled out a math worksheet and a pen from his pocket and handed both of them to specimen 3F. Specimen 3F is not able to do complex mathematical calculations, but it can do simple arithmetic. There is no way we could have taught specimen 3F just this morning. Teaching a monkey simple arithmetic still takes many, many years, Igor said. Once he finished, specimen 3F held the worksheet out of the crate. Igor grabbed it, checked the monkey's work, and then held it up for the investors. At 3 hours old, specimen 3F retains some of the memories of specimen 3. Adam was furious. Lenny is far more competent than that. Our research is much greater. Don't worry, Dana said. The investors heard Cheryl's speech before. They know that our research is greater than this. They may still choose to go with us. They can't even keep the clones alive, Tyler whispered. I think we still have a chance. We need your help to continue our research, Igor said from the stage. They're gonna go with us, Adam whispered. They know our research is better, even if we couldn't show it tonight. One investor cleared his throat and stood up. My dear labs. Adam grabbed Cherry's hand and squeezed it tight. He was so nervous. Cheryl blushed. She had never felt Adam so close to her. We would like to invest to continue your research. They're investing in them, Adam said, heartbroken. Without even thinking, he dropped Cheryl's hand. Cheryl felt a sudden cold where his hand used to be. Once she felt that chill, Cheryl realized how nice it had been to hold his hand. They were both so caught up in the moment that it seemed like a small involuntary gesture. But now that his hand was away from hers, she longed to feel it again. Cheryl almost wanted to reach out to him again, but Adam walked away. Incredible, Igor exclaimed from the stage. Surely his ego was inflating to astronomical proportions at this moment. He had bested Cheryl like he said he would. Even though he had to resort to nefarious means, he had still gotten the investment over her. We will discuss specifics later.
the investor said with a smile. "And with that final presentation, we have now concluded our conference. That is, unless Avium Laboratory would like to return to the stage." Although she knew this would be the outcome, Cheryl held back tears so she could speak clearly without letting them see her cry. "No, we are done here today," Cheryl said, seeming calm and collected while tormented on the inside. With that, the conference was over. Cheryl and Avium Laboratories had not gotten any more investment money. They would have to shut down. Cheryl quickly walked outside. She didn't want anybody to see her cry, and the tears were imminent. While the day started bright and sunny, the air suddenly felt cold. Cheryl turned a corner and sat on the ground next to the building. Everyone else was exiting in a different direction. She was alone here. She finally let it out, letting her armor crack. Cheryl cried softly, sitting on the floor. "Hey there," someone cooed. Cheryl looked up to see Dana, a soft smile on her face. "It's okay, it's okay," Dana said softly as she took a seat next to Cheryl. She put her arm around Cheryl and pulled Cheryl in so she could cry on her shoulder. Cheryl appreciated Dana being strong and a good friend in this moment. "It's not your fault," Dana said as she held Cheryl. "But it is my fault," Cheryl cried. "How could you have stopped Lenny from getting out? The other team played dirty. It's not fair to blame yourself for that." "I should have been watching him every second. I bet Igor was distracting me with his taunts while they let out Lenny. I should have known it was all a cover for their scheme. I should have been there." "You couldn't have predicted it," Dana replied. "We knew that Igor and his lab were nasty, but we could have never guessed how bad they were. It's not like they'd ever done something like this before. I've lost everything. The lab, all my research. We'll have to send Lenny and Benny to live in a zoo in who knows where. It's all going to fall apart because of me," Cheryl cried. "Hey, maybe this chapter of our lives is coming to an end, but that doesn't mean there won't be more chapters," Dana said. "Who knows what could be next for us? Isn't that kind of exciting?" "But we won't be together anymore," Cheryl cried. "You don't know that. Maybe some other lab will take us as a pair," Dana chirped. "Wouldn't that be cute? We're quite the dynamic duo. Why wouldn't they want both of us?" "What if I'm blacklisted after my complete embarrassment at this investors' conference? You really think anyone would ever hire me again after I completely fumbled this?" "Just because one mistake happened doesn't mean it'll define the rest of your life. Cheryl, you're the smartest person I know. Heck, even if you never did research again, you could go back to esports or shooting or any of the other skills I'm sure you have up your sleeve." "But this is what I'm passionate about now. This is what I want to do," Cheryl said, worrying that everything that she had worked for was slipping through her fingers with just one little mistake. "Any lab would be lucky to have you. They'll know that. You'll prove it to them." Cheryl sighed. Dana was right. Even if this was the end of this project, she would be able to find another. With the scene she made at the conference today, it might not be the best lab. But even if it wasn't the best lab, she would make it the best. Because she was Cheryl Smith, and she would make it great. But still, a tinge of pain struck Cheryl. "I don't think Adam will ever talk to me again," Cheryl said softly. "What do you mean?" Dana asked. He held my hand when the investor was speaking." "He held your hand?" Dana gasped. "It was just because we were both so nervous. It didn't mean anything." "What do you mean it didn't mean anything? He held your hand. That's major," Dana said with her eyes wide. "We were just nervous to hear what the investor was going to say." "Well, He certainly didn't reach toward my hand, no matter how nervous he was," Dana said with a knowing smile. The corner of Cheryl's lips spasmed. He did hold her hand for a reason. But when it was all over, he just dropped it and walked away. If holding my hand meant something major, then letting it go meant something major too. Dana tried to reassure her. "Hey, don't go jumping to conclusions. Once things didn't go our way, he just let me go. I ruined this for him too. Even though I was leading the research, he worked so hard on everything. He spent sleepless nights in the lab with me, tinkering away. And because of me, all that hard work just went right down the drain. He's never going to speak to me again," Cheryl cried. "Don't be so hard on yourself. Adam was just upset at that moment and needed to walk away. Don't think him letting go of your hand meant he never wants to see you again." Cheryl just sighed. Dana's kind words weren't working to cheer her up. Dana, trying to get through to Cheryl, took Cheryl's face in her hand, so they were looking at each other. "Why are you so hard on yourself? Do you know how many times I've made mistakes in life and I'm still pushing forward? One thing doesn't go our way, and you act like it's the end of the world." Cheryl hadn't realized she was being so dramatic, but Dana was right. Cheryl started to think. She had never really lost or messed something up before. "I think I'm taking it so hard because I failed, and my mother never failed." "Cheryl?" somebody above them said. Dana and Cheryl looked up. It was Adam. "Adam, Cheryl stammered, quickly wiping her tears. Adam was the last person Cheryl wanted to see her like this. "Cheryl, can we talk?" He took a closer look at Cheryl and noticed tear streaks on her cheeks. "Hey, are you okay?" Adam asked, bending down. I'm fine, Cheryl said, pulling herself together. "She's okay," Dana said. "Just give us a minute, okay?" No, I'm fine, it's okay," Cheryl said. If Adam was going to tell Cheryl he never wanted to see her again, he might as well do it now. That way, she could cry about it sooner rather than later. "Give us a minute, won't you, Dana?" Cheryl said. She didn't want Dana to have to see Adam tell her off. At least she could keep her dignity by it being just them when Adam told her he never wanted to see her again. Dana nodded and walked away, giving them space. Adam sighed and started. "Cheryl, But Cheryl wouldn't let him finish. I know. You know?" Adam asked. "I know you never want to speak to me again," Cheryl said, holding back tears. "I ruined everything for you. For the lab. I wasted all the time you spent in the lab. I understand that you must hate me now." "Hate you?" Adam said softly. "Cheryl, I could never hate you." The corner of Cheryl's lips spasmed. He didn't hate her. "I'm here because I wanted to check in on you," Adam said with a smile. "Today was really hard." But you dropped my hand and walked away." Adam stammered, embarrassed for Cheryl to mention that they were holding hands. I was just really upset. I didn't even realize I did that. I'm sorry." "You didn't even realize?" "I was just so upset that Igor and his goons got the investors by cheating. I probably would have started screaming at everyone if I didn't leave at that moment. And I don't think it would have been very good for the rest of my career if I yelled accusations at anyone." "You were angry?" Cheryl asked, realizing she had been totally wrong. "Of course I was angry," Adam said, getting worked up again. "They are wasting their money on a worse team because that lab cheated. All our work was better than theirs, but they didn't let us show it.
It's totally unfair.
It's my fault, though. I'm sorry, Cheryl said.
Your fault? No, it's Igor and his goons' fault. He's lucky I'm not beating him up in the parking lot. But considering our lab is ending, I figure I need to be looking for another job. I don't think a parking lot brawl would look great on my resume,
Adam said with a chuckle. Cheryl laughed too. Only Adam could make her laugh at a time like this.
I know the rest of the team is looking for you,
Adam said.
They're all so sorry.
Cheryl sighed. We should go back to shut down the lab. The whole team went back to the laboratory. They were all standing there waiting for orders from Cheryl. None of them wanted to give up on their research and pack up the lab. But without more investment money, they wouldn't be able to pay to keep the lab open even one more day longer. They had to clear everything tonight.
I'm gonna miss this place,
Adam sighed. Me too, Tyler said. I'll miss you guys so much, Dana added. I can't believe it's over, Cheryl said softly. All of the members of the lab sighed in agreement. They had all loved working for Cheryl. Even though most of them were older than her, they respected her intellect, drive, focus, and bubbly attitude. A lot of the people running labs were like Igor, cold and filled with contempt. Cheryl was a breath of fresh air.
Do you remember when we first got Benny?
Adam said with a wistful smile as he reminisced. He was so cute, Dana squealed, swinging on across the lights.
I'm really going to miss him,
Tyler sighed. Benny and Lenny will be well taken care of in a zoo. We can all visit them, Cheryl said, trying to make everyone feel better. But mentioning Benny and Lenny in a zoo only made everyone feel sadder. Do you remember the excitement we felt when we first successfully created Lenny? Dana asked, eyes bright.
Cheryl and I had stayed up all night making sure the machine worked perfectly,
Adam said.
You and Cheryl are almost like Lenny's parents,
Tyler said to Adam.
That's true. We're parents together,
Adam said with a smile, looking at Cheryl.
I'm really gonna miss this place and what we've built together.
Cheryl lingered in the warmth of his smile. I just want to thank each and every one of you for all your hard work here, Cheryl said. You are all incredible, and we could not have done it without your contributions. I am more than happy to recommend any of you to your next labs. I know you will all find places to work. Thank you, all the lab members said. They were really going to miss working for Cheryl. Okay, Cheryl sighed. We've got to actually get to work on shutting down this lab now. They'll charge us if we aren't out by tonight. Everyone nodded, ready to pack things up. Suddenly, a computer dinged. Cheryl had an email. Cheryl sighed. That's funny. I'm going to have to tell whoever is trying to contact me at my laboratory email that we're shutting down tonight. Cheryl went over to her computer and read the email. It's from Igor, Cheryl said suspiciously.
Igor, what does he want? To gloat in our faces?
Adam scoffed. Cheryl gulped when she read the content of the email. Igor said, To all of the suddenly unemployed lab technicians at Avium Laboratories, you are all invited to join my deal labs. After a huge influx of investor money, we have the capital to hire you all to work under Igor. Even you, Cheryl. Please respond immediately so we can secure your position. A job at My Deal Labs? This had to be a joke. Cheryl's head swam as she read and reread the email, not believing the words that appeared on her screen. Clearly, there had to be something that she was missing about the offer. Some kind of joke that Igor was playing on them to rub his victory. But it certainly wasn't a joke. There on her screen was the email from Igor's official laboratory email address, with the official email signature on it. There was no way someone could have spoofed his email address that accurately. "Well, what is it?" Dana asked, able to tell from Cheryl's expression how upset she was feeling. "It's an email from Mydeal Labs. They want to offer us jobs working for them. They want to use the investor money to hire us." "Us?" Tyler asked, a bit excited by the prospect. "All of us," Cheryl confirmed. She almost laughed at the ridiculous proposal. Why would she ever agree to work for the lab that sabotaged their project, which put them in the awful position of closing down their lab? Mydeal had lost all their jobs and had done something unimaginable to take away Lenny's abilities. They were the reason that Lenny and Benny had to go to the zoo instead of staying with the researchers who loved and cared for them so much. Even if Igor hadn't been responsible for Lenny's sabotage, he was still an awful, mean person who didn't believe in women's abilities to be good scientists. He was cold and callous, mean to his own team members, and willing to fire them over the slightest mistake. She thought back to the scientist who had giggled at her joke and lost his job for it. If that's how he treated seasoned members of his team, Cheryl didn't want to know how he would treat his newly conquered rivals once they were under his control as employees. This had to be a ploy so that he could mess with them and make their lives miserable. "I guess I'll delete that email," Cheryl said with a roll of her eyes. What a ridiculous proposal. "Why are you gonna delete it?" asked Tyler hesitantly. Was he considering the offer seriously? "What do you mean, why? Obviously none of us are going to take them up on it," said Cheryl incredulously. "I certainly would never work for such an evil man. Even if this wasn't some ploy to get back at us, he definitely has an ulterior motive." "I understand where you're coming from, and I'm not a big fan of Igor's either," responded Tyler. "But now that we're all out of a job, not all of us can be so picky about where we work. It's incredibly hard to get a well-paying job in a prestigious lab, and I don't think it's fair to expect us all to turn down the offer." Cheryl felt her jaw drop to the floor as she looked at her friend. Surely he couldn't be serious. But the more she scanned his face, the more she could tell he was serious. Deadly serious. "This must be a joke. You're going to work for the man who sabotaged everything we worked so hard for, who doesn't believe half the people on this team should even be allowed to be scientists because they're women. Mydeal clearly has some ulterior motive. Otherwise, they would only have offered jobs to the men on the team." Dana joined Cheryl in voicing her concerns. "Seriously, Tyler, you can't think this is a good idea. I know it's scary to have to go back into the job market, but working for Igor isn't the solution. You can't help him get away with sabotaging our lab so that he can perfect the cloning technology." Tyler crossed his arms defensively. "Well, if it were really true that he thought women shouldn't be scientists, then why would he have offered everyone in the lab a job, yourselves included? Clearly, he doesn't really feel that way and sees the value we could bring to the team. I don't want to blow that opportunity because of some petty rivalry between Mydeal and a lab that doesn't exist anymore." Suddenly, some of the other scientists from the team began to express their support of Tyler's point of view, saying that the money was too good to pass up, or that Igor wasn't as mean as he seemed. Others defended Cheryl's argument, affirming they would never compromise their morals and work for a man like Igor. Cheryl was deeply hurt by Tyler's words and fought hard to keep the tears from her eyes. How could her friend turn on her like this? She looked around the room of arguing scientists. Dana was firmly on her side, while Tyler was leading the charge for Mydeal. The room was split, with a little more than half of the scientists saying they would never work for Igor, and the rest insisting that it wouldn't be so bad. Scanning the room, her eyes landed on Adam, who was mostly silent through the fighting. She worried at first that he might be siding with Tyler, but then she noticed him shaking his head at Tyler's insistence that Igor was not prejudiced against women as scientists. She thought back to his earlier refusal of Igor's job offer before the presentation and let out a sigh of relief. She should have known that he would never go to Mydeal if he could at all help it. As the other scientists continued to argue, Cheryl realized that Igor's ulterior motive was to tear them apart and keep them from coming together to find new investors. The more she fought with Tyler or the other scientists who wanted to work for Mydeal, the bigger the wedge between them became, and the closer Igor got to his goal of not only ruining their lab, but their friendships as well. She wouldn't let him do more damage than he had already done. If that's how you really feel, I can't stop you from going. I wish the best of luck in your next endeavors for anyone who chooses to work there. And anyone who chooses to stay, hopefully we can all find a way to move forward together in the future. This isn't the end for Avium. Not really. But before Cheryl could finish her sentence, an unknown man walked into the lab wearing one of the most expensive suits Cheryl had ever seen. What was a man like that doing in a lab like this? If the other scientists had noticed the rich man walk into the room, they didn't show it. Their argument didn't miss a beat or slow down at all. They were each determined to prove that their side was right. Cheryl wanted to ask him who he was, as he was certainly not a scientist based on his outfit. But the arguing had grown so loud that she could barely get a word in. The man scanned the room carefully with his eyes, trying to ascertain what all of the arguing was about. He seemed to have something to say, but he wasn't eager to interrupt and was more than happy to listen while they hashed out their issues. "It's really not that big a deal," Tyler said to one of the anti-Mydeal scientists. "We should all just take the jobs because we need the money. I don't want to hold a grudge just because Mydeal won the investors over." "That's so not what this is about," said Dana. "Mydeal cheated and sabotaged us. That's how they got the investors' money. They didn't even have the dignity to admit what they did to Lenny." Another woman chimed up next to Dana. "Mydeal doesn't care about their test subjects. They were willing to hurt Lenny to get back at us, and I don't even want to know what they would do if the stakes were higher. We need to hold out. We need justice for Lenny." "Guys," Cheryl tried to interrupt and draw their attention to the man in the doorway. "Guys, seriously, is anyone listening to me?" But no one was listening to her. Nobody but Adam met her eyes from across the room and called back, "What?" "We have a guest." She tried calling back to Adam, but he could barely make out what she was saying. "Hold on," he shouted as he made his way across the room, having to cross through many pairs of arguing teammates before he could get to her. As Adam made his way across the room, the rich man's eyes lit up to see him approach Cheryl. Why did he seem so invested in Avium and its scientists? Once he had made his way across the room, Adam placed his hand on Cheryl's shoulder, leaning closer so he could hear her better. "What were you saying? This has gotten so out of hand that I can barely hear you." "That man in the doorway." She gestured to the entrance. "He seems like he has something to say. Can you help me get the others to quiet down so we can see what he wants?" Adam looked across the room to where she had pointed and gave her a nod. "Of course." He smiled down at her before turning to face the room. "Hey, everyone!" He called once without getting a response. He pulled over a nearby chair and stood on top of it, trying again more loudly. "Hey, everyone!" The roaring argument quieted to rumbles and whispers around the room, just for long enough for Cheryl to point out their new guest. The others turned around curiously to see the man. He stood in the doorway in an expensive blue wolf suit and polished black loafers. You could tell that the clothing was designer and probably cost more than some scientists make in a year. A few golden rings twinkled from his fingers, matching with a gold chain that he wore around his neck. He looked completely out of place in the messy, half-deconstructed lab, but he seemed entirely comfortable nonetheless.
Hello,
he said, smiling kindly as he looked around the room.
How are you all doing today?
Not great, Dana replied with a sad chuckle.
Speak for yourself, Tyler retorted. I was just offered an amazing job, so I'm feeling great.
He sneered at Dana, unable to let go of their argument even in the company of a stranger. That's not fair, Dana replied to Tyler, clearly hurt by this change in character from her friend. She never in a million years would have guessed that Tyler would work for Mydeal Laboratory, or that he would suddenly behave so poorly towards his friends. As if there hadn't been a break in the argument, scientists around the room began shouting at one another again, almost completely forgetting the man's presence.
Stop, shouted Adam from the back of the room where he had said that Cheryl. Let the man speak. He hasn't even had a chance to introduce himself. You're all fighting like children.
The man tried again in the brief lull of the argument.
I'm sorry you all seem to be having such an upsetting night. My name is Jean Clark. I heard what happened with your monkey and your presentation.
This time it was Dana who interrupted. See, this is humiliating. Even this complete stranger who isn't a scientist has heard about our humiliating loss to Mydeal. Clearly, they're spreading the news around as fast and as far as they can. Why would I want to work for somebody who can be so mean? She said angrily.
You have no proof of that. Tyler rolled his eyes. You're just saying that because you're hurt. If you were a good scientist, you would know better than to spout off statements like that with no evidence that they were true.
Dana looked incredibly hurt at Tyler's response. Oh, so now you think that I'm a bad scientist? That's not what you were saying the entire time we worked on this project together. I'm glad to see your true feelings are coming out now that Avium is shutting down. Tired of watching her friends argue and hurt one another, Cheryl stood up on a nearby desk, stomping her foot down and shouting over the room, "Silence!" Unlike the other times, this time the scientists finally stopped arguing. Despite how tense things were now, they had all come to respect Cheryl and appreciated her leadership during the course of their work together. Seeing her so upset when usually she was so calm was startling for them all, causing them to put aside their petty argument, at least for the moment. When the room finally quieted down, Cheryl turned to their guest in the doorway. I'm so sorry, and I hope you can forgive how rude our team has been. It sounds like you've already heard about the tough loss that we faced tonight, so I hope you'll understand why no one has been on their best behavior. Please, if you'd be so kind, can you let us know why you're here with us tonight? Cheryl wasn't sure what would come out of the man's mouth next, but she could sense it was important, crucial to how the team would move forward from this tragic loss.
Thank you for asking. The man offered Cheryl a smile. I'm here to let you know that I am an investor, and despite the mishap with your test subject, I am highly impressed by what I've heard about your work. I'd love to offer you some funding to help keep this lab up and running so you can keep doing incredible work.
Cheryl couldn't believe what she was hearing. What? Is this wealthy investor really going to save her lab? She could almost cry with joy, but held it together while she tried to get to the bottom of it. Are you serious? She hoped the question didn't come across as rude, but after the long day of ups and downs and unpredictability, she needed to make sure that the offer was real.
As serious as can be,
Jean chuckled.
You are one of the brightest young scientists I have ever seen. Quite possibly the best scientist.
and it would be an honor for me to invest in your career and your research. It's evident already that this is just the beginning of the scientific achievements you'll accomplish in your career, and I'd love to play a role in supporting that."
Cheryl blushed at the man's kind words. She wasn't sure that she was the best scientist. Her mother was certainly far more accomplished. But she couldn't help but be flattered by the compliment. A part of her was worried that this man might have a secret agenda to get to her mum. This paranoia was familiar to her, as she'd grown up with one of the most successful women in modern-day history. Still, with this type of funding, if she could even grow to be half of the scientific mind that her mother was, she would be absolutely ecstatic. "That's very kind of you, sir, but are you sure about investing in avium? To keep everything running, the investment we would need would be quite large. The cost of rent, the cost of equipment rental, supplies for the test subjects, and salaries for our researchers. It all adds up to quite the sum. I'm sure you're used to these types of costs in your line of business as an investor, but I want to make sure that you are prepared for the undertaking."
"Any amount of money that you need is more than fine with me."
Jean smiled.
"It's very rare to come by a scientist as talented and promising as you, and I know that any money invested in your career will pay itself back tenfold, both financially and in terms of the good your research will enable us to do."
Cheryl was still hesitant, but was it a legitimate fear she was feeling or something else? Maybe her nerves were just frazzled from a long emotional day. She still hadn't fully recovered from her upset over Lenny's sabotage and her concern about the animals' well-being. She was sad that she hadn't been able to give the presentation her team had worked so hard on, but she was also disappointed at having to shut the laboratory down. It almost seemed too good to be true that at the last moment they were being given a second chance. But here Jean was, offering them exactly that. "I don't know," Cheryl said. "It's such a generous offer, but there's so much to consider. Could we have some time to think it over?" Adam, who was next to her, seemed startled that she needed any more time to consider the amazing offer. But he trusted her judgment and didn't say anything. Before Jean could answer, though, Dana chimed in with her own input. "I don't know if we have more time, Cheryl. If we're shutting down, we need to get out tonight so that we're not charged for an extra fee that we can't afford without the investors. This decision needs to be made tonight." Cheryl had completely forgotten about the fear and all of the commotion. As stressful as it was, she knew that Dana was right. They needed to make this call now. "Well, science has always been my calling. Even as a child, I remember being so fascinated by how the world worked and how science could help to make it a better place. I don't think I can give up on that dream now, not when we have come so close to such a major breakthrough." She hesitated on this thought, thinking about how easily My Deal Lab squandered their progress, how delicate it all was. And now that they'd sent that email offering jobs and sowing division within her team, she wasn't sure that she could envision a future where they all moved forward in this important work together. She would never feel safe trusting Tyler or the others who had turned on her. Whether it was the experiment with Lenny or some other breakthrough, she would always be worried about sabotage from within. But I'm not sure that we as a team are ready to move over. Half of our team wanted to leave just a few moments ago. We're recovering from a major sabotage attempt, and I'd be lying if I said I wasn't hesitant about what the future looked like. Hearing her doubt, Dana and Adam shifted uncomfortably. They trusted Cheryl. She was a fearless leader who could always anticipate what the group needed and what would be best for them in their experiments. She had shown it today in her ability to lure in Lenny using his favorite thing, esports. As much as they were worried by the prospect of her turning down the investment, they also trusted her judgment unequivocally, as did the other scientists who had sided with Avium over My Deal. But Cheryl thought to herself, What type of leader would she be if she allowed a few traitorous teammates to ruin a major career opportunity for the rest of her team? She needed to do what was right for the people who had stood by her. She knew what her answer needed to be. But the few of us who are dedicated to Avium would be happy to move forward with you if there is room to hire new staff in the budget you'll be providing. Tyler and the other scientists who had rebelled against Avium were shocked by her statement.
Certainly you're not pushing us out, Tyler asked, feeling dumbfounded.
I'm not pushing you out. Cheryl shook her head. You pushed yourselves out. You abandoned our team and our research during our darkest moment. We wish you the best of luck working with Igor and my deal.
You can't be serious.
Tyler was almost pleading. But was there any chance left, or was Cheryl willing to cut them off once and for all? Everyone stood in silence waiting for her reply. Even Jean Clark was curious to see how this would turn out, and patiently waited to hear what Cheryl would say next.